Good morning, Wisconsin Republicans, and welcome to Rothschild, Wisconsin. It's good to have the Rothschild Chamber of Commerce here this morning. As chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, I now call the 2025 Republican Party of Wisconsin State Convention to order. I'm privileged this morning to invite Pastor Steve Gertie from the Zion Lutheran Church in Wausau to deliver this morning's invocation. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Gertie to lead us in prayer.
Alleluia, Christ is risen. He is risen indeed. Alleluia, alleluia. In his name we give thanks for the blessings of liberty and life that he has secured to this nation. And we ask him to bless the thoughts, words, and deeds that you undertake this day in convention. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. O Lord of heaven and earth, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, from one man you brought forth all nations of the world, and according to your wisdom you have appointed the span of their history and the boundaries of their land. We bless and thank you for this good land and for the government you have given it. Defend its borders, secure its peace and prosperity, strengthen its homes, families, and schools, increase its true religion, and guide all who make, administer, and judge its laws, that they may act in accordance with your will. To that end, bless this convention and all its proceedings. Keep far from it all danger and harm, and by the decisions made this day in the grand old party of Wisconsin, serve the common good of this state and nation. For you are the Father in heaven and the fountain of life, from whom every good gift comes down as dew upon the earth. And to you we turn with grateful and humble hearts to ask these blessings. In the holy name of your beloved Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The peace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Gertie. At this time, I would ask any active duty military or veterans to stand. Now I will ask the families of our men and women in the armed services to stand. Now I ask any law enforcement officers, active or retired, to please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who've guaranteed our freedom and our security, whether it's in Wausau or Wasaki or Waukesha or anywhere across this beautiful state. Please recognize these friends. Thank you, and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Marlin and the American Legion Post 10203, and I ask you to rise for the presentation of the colors. I'd now like to welcome State Senator Corey Tomczyk, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Joining him on stage is Megan Schaefer, who will perform our national anthem.
A pledge, a promise, a sacred vow, allegiance, commitment, togetherness. You are Badgers. You are patriots. You are Americans. Let our Pledge of Allegiance ring true in your hearts today and for every day to follow. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am getting over a cold, so please join me. Help me out. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's have another hand clap for all these great patriots we had this morning. I now want to appoint State Representative Pat Schneider from right here in Wausau, Wisconsin, a Republican state representative right here from Wausau, Wisconsin, as our convention chairman for the 2025 state convention. Pat Schneider.
There's a big toga party tonight down at Delta Chi.
All right. Here we go. Well, this kind of reminds me of a Badger football game. All the students coming in late in the first quarter. So I'm sure we had a little bit of celebrating last night, socializing. So welcome. As far as my remarks, I want to welcome you all to the Wausau area, the 85th and 87th districts, along with the 86th, and Senator Tomczyk, who is Senate leader at 29th State Senate District. My remarks, I'm going to keep it like myself, short and sweet. Just keep this thing moving, and so we can get out of here on time and you can enjoy this weekend. All right. It is my privilege now I am now, I should say, appointing Kay Cruz to serve as the 2024 Republican of Wisconsin Convention Parliamentarian and Bill Feehan as Convention Secretary. I think we'll bring up Bill to deliver the official call to the convention and the roll call of counties.
Everywhere has something they're known for. Although usually it washes up.
Good morning. This is the official call to the 2025 Republican Party of Wisconsin State Convention. Please take notice that there is hereby called, by action of the State Executive Committee of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, meeting on the 7th day of December 2024, a state convention, as provided in Article 8 of the Constitution of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, to be held at the Central Wisconsin Convention and Expo Center at 10101 Market Street, Rothschild, Wisconsin, at 8 a.m. on Saturday, May 17th, 2025, for the purpose of transacting the following business: to promulgate and adopt reports from the committees on credentials, rules, and resolutions, to promulgate and adopt the report from the Constitution Committee, including recommendations to amend the Constitution of the Republican Party of Wisconsin as indicated below, to amend the final paragraph of Article 3 as follows: members in good standing shall be defined as those who meet the membership requirements specified in this Constitution and the Constitution of the Republican organization in their county of residence and pay county party dues. No one may become a member in good standing if they hold a membership in another political party, committee registered with federal or state election agencies. To amend Article 6, Section 10 as follows: the State Executive Committee shall have 8 standing committees, including budget, candidate and campaign, communications, constitution, convention, district leadership, operations, and party development. To hear reports from party leaders, elected officials, and other invited speakers, to transact any other business that may be necessary to gain the objectives of the Republican Party of Wisconsin. This call to convention was approved on March 3rd, 2025, during a special meeting of the State Executive Committee held electronically. And now we will commence with the roll call of counties. Please respond by saying present. Adams County. Ashland County. Barron County. Bayfield County. Brown County. Can we speak up just a little bit so we can record this? Thank you. Brown County. Buffalo County. Burnett County. Calumet County. Chippewa County. Clark County. Columbia County. Crawford County. Dane County. Dodge County. There we go. Door County. Douglas County. Dunn County. Eau Claire County. Florence County. Fond du Lac County. Forest County. Grant County. Greene County. Green Lake County. Iowa County. Iron County. Jackson County. Jefferson County. Juneau County. Kenosha County. Kewaunee County. La Crosse County. Lafayette County. Langlade County. Lincoln County. Manitowoc County. Marathon County.
Welcome to Marathon County.
Yes. Now we're getting a little spirit. Marinette County. Marquette County. Menominee County. Milwaukee County. Monroe County. There it is. Oconto County. Oneida County. Outagamie County. Ozaukee County. Pepin County. Pierce County. Polk County. Portage County. Price County. Racine County. Richland County. Rock County. Rusk County. Sauk County. Sawyer County. Shawano County. Sheboygan County. St. Croix County. Taylor County. Trempealeau County. Vernon County. Vernon County. Vilas County. Vilas County. Walworth County. Washburn County. Washington County. Waukesha County. Waupaca County. Waushara County. Winnebago County. Wood County. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Bill. And I heard a phone go off a while back, just a reminder to silence phones, but I have Cellcom, and it was nice to actually hear something ring, so. I hope they fix this thing. They better give us a nice deal to make up for this. All right, at this time, I would like to introduce Kim Travis, and she will deliver the Credentials Committee report. Kim?
As noted, I'm Kim Travis, and I'm the Credentials Committee Chair. I would like to begin by thanking all of the Credential Committee members for serving this year. First District, Pam Travis and Katie Verzel. Second District, Judy Wagner. Third District, Mary Knutson and Matthew Hoffman. Fourth District, Jacob Turner and Patrick Casper. Fifth District, Lois Kruger-Gundrum and John Beauchamp. Sixth District, Kathy Brookhammer and Julie Vales. 7th District, Maggie Cronin and Aaron Yeager. And 8th District, Barb Finger and E. Ben Grisby. I would also like to thank Stevie Miller, RPW's Credentials staff, and David Anderson, RPW parliamentarian, for their help and guidance. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you, this delegation, for electing these committee members at your district caucus. It has been a pleasure serving with them on this committee. One thing to note, there was one member who challenged, and the committee voted to seat the delegate. Mr. Chairman, we have 59 counties represented and 534 delegates registered. On behalf of the 2025 Convention Credentials Committee, I move adoption of the credentials.
So, do I have a motion to accept? Oh, she moved it? Oh, all ready to accept the vote, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay? Oh. That's not, motion to amend?
Who was the delegate that was accepted?
Who was the delegate that was accepted? Kelly Brew. Vroog. A motion to amend. I'll turn to my parliamentarians.
So, yes, sir, the credentials report is amendable, and so a member has to be recognized by their committee chair, has to be recognized by a majority vote, and then they have to have two other committees to second it.
Okay. So are you being recognized by your county chair? You are the county chair. All right, it is, acceptable to amend, but then we need two other counties to accept and move forward. You kind of know the.
Motioning to amend the Credentials Committee report to strike Kelly Root from the list of recommended delegates if she's not duly elected at our county caucus.
They make a motion to amend it to take away Kelly Groot.
Your member needs to go to a microphone and speak
Yeah.
at the microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, you need to go to a mic, so I think we have a mic. Go ahead.
Hello. I move to amend the Credentials Committee report to strike Kelly Root from the list of recommended delegates as she was not duly elected at the county caucus.
Do the majority of your county party agree with you? Yes. Can you stand, all those who agree? All right. Now,
It's a motion, so it has to be seconded.
do I hear seconds and two other counties outside the congressional district? Do I hear a second? Step up to the mic. All right, you have to be able to be identified by your chairman. All right. Second, and all your members are in support with you? Can you stand just to make sure? All right, and where's the others?
Marquette County, I'm the chair, Wastard. All my members that are not present agree with me.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
All right, kind of sounds like Trump. Now we.
So now we've got an amendment on the floor. It's debatable. Someone can debate.
Okay. We do have an amendment on the floor, and at this time it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Would someone like to add a debate? Again, recognized by your county chair, and then step to a mic. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Tom Wastard, Marquette County again. I voted or made a second to this motion because Robert's Rules of Order, if you have a caucus, they have to be duly elected at the caucus. And that's the wish of the party, and that's what this membership is based on, is the membership vote. So in line of that, that's why I made a second to that motion.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion?
Ken Sikora, Oconto County.
Yes, sir.
I also would agree with what the gentleman just said. We have a constitution for a reason. Brown County followed their constitution. Any attempt to subvert that is going against what our constitutions say. And my understanding is we're a party that follows rules, and we have to follow rules.
All right. Mike 1. They'll get you. They're in the back. Mike 1. There we go.
Cameron Clark, Chairman of Winnebago County. We are a grassroots organization. When we have a member in good standing, regardless of whether or not they agree with the majority of people at the county level, they have every right to come here and cast their ballot. And the fact that we would exclude our own state treasurer as a voting delegate is absurd. Kelly needs to be seated.
Any other discussion? Do you need to talk at mic 2, or are you done? Mic 2, folks.
Well, so Kelly lost the delegate election at our county caucus. She was duly nominated, allowed to run in absentia, and received a fair vote, just like every other candidate. The county constitution and the state party constitution both require delegates to be elected by the membership. That is not a technicality, it's the foundation of our grassroots system. Allowing this delegate to be seated by committee appointment after losing a fair election would set a dangerous precedent. It says the will of the voters can be overturned behind closed doors. That's not democracy, it's manipulation. We have affidavits from the authors of our county constitution. We have attorney independent attorney review, and even a court order affirming the process was proper and legal. We followed the rules. She simply lost the vote. I urge this body to respect the election results and uphold the integrity of the process.
All right. Mike 1. Recognize Mike 1.
Winnebago County recognizes past Chair Ed Hudak.
I was chairman in Winnebago for 10 years. My experience has been Kelly ran an excellent 8th district board meeting, and we learned a lot from that. She is probably one of the most dedicated Republicans that I have met. And I would ask this body to vote down this motion and accept Kelly as a delegate. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have another comment. Recognize Mike 2. Mike 2.
Waupaca County Chair recognizes Martin McClone.
Good morning, fellow delegates. In regards to the seating of proposed delegate Kelly Rue, I would like to point out that I'm opposed to it on the basis of what the chairman for Brown County said, because there was no petition brought forward on the part of Brown County from where she is to allow for the exception. Therefore, there is no provision found in any of the rules to override the county that did not originally recognize and seat her, asserting that she has lost a fair election there and that there was no evidence brought forward that there was fraud in the election. Therefore, to go over the county and its objections would be totally unfair. It's unprecedented. It is not found in any rules, either in the state procedure or in Robert's Rules of Orders. Therefore, I oppose seating her as a delegate. Thank you.
Recognize Mike 2 once again.
Rochelle Dean from Brown County. I have the vote count from the day of our caucus, and Kelly Rue received 10 votes in favor, 58 opposed, with 85.3% of the people in attendance that were voting did not vote for her. That speaks volumes. Thank you.
I recognize Mike 4. Mike 4 would like to speak.
I'm Barbara Griffin, Vice Chair of Kenosha County. I'd like to let Sue Lynch speak for us, please.
Thank you, Barb. As Barb said, I'm from Kenosha County, but I'm speaking on behalf of my friend, Kelly Rue. I understand what happened in your county. However, Robert's Rules does allow debate on the convention floor. I don't believe that Kelly deserves this type of treatment. She has been a district chair for a number of years and has done a fantastic job. And so for us to exclude one person, to me is inexcusable, because I'm telling you, as President Trump said, next time they're going to come after you.
Recognize Mike number 2. Mike 2.
Barbara Bittner, Chair, Calumet County, Republican Party. I also support the seating of Kelly Rue as a delegate at this convention. Kelly has been a mentor to me. She's provided advice. I've never had a time where this woman did not pick up the phone and help me with a question I had. I think she's an invaluable member of this party. And we just listened to Ron Johnson last night call for unity. If any of you watched the RNC convention, you would know that Donald Trump called for unity in our party, called for a big tent where we are all welcome to have our opinions and to be heard. Having Kelly Rue seated may seem small to some of you, but it is a much bigger issue than what it appears. And so I would ask that when we move to vote, that you do vote to support a wonderful delegate, a wonderful member of our party, someone who fights every day for this party. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll get back to some comments. Let's bring back up Kim Travis.
Thank you. Per Robert's Rules of Order provides guidance on who may be a delegate or voting member at a convention for an established organization. Robert's Rules of Order newly revised 12th edition 5811. An individual can become a delegate through the following ways. And I will point to the specific way. I can read through all of them, but number 3, through being an incumbent elected officer of the organization on the level at which the convention is held. For example, an officer of a body, society, in a state convention where the officers of the state society as listed in the bylaws are ex officio, the officer of the convention as well may be members of it, irrespective of the number of delegates that the local unit to which an officer belongs is entitled or elected. Thank you.
A reminder that you can only speak on a topic twice. So if you've been there twice, you can't speak again. Mike 1.
La Crosse County Chair Guy Valaket recognizes Tom Sweeney.
Thank you. I was going to come up and say this is not about a person, this is about a process. However, I would like clarification on what she just said. Can this entire body vote for her and put her in place, irrespective of what the county did? I see you shaking your head yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mike number 2.
Brown County recognizes Terry Sipes.
Number 1, the Robert's Rules of Order do not supersede the county constitution. And our constitution at Brown County says that she should have been elected. She was not elected by the majority. You heard the numbers. Number 2, this is not a personality contest. This is not prom queen. This is not homecoming queen. We are to follow the laws and the rules. We follow the rules. It has been upheld by a legal in the courts, and she should not be a delegate. If we don't follow the rules on this level, our county constitution supersedes Robert Rules of Order, then everybody who is working to deport illegals in this country have lost the fight at this grassroots level.
Recognize Mike number 4. Mike 4.
Okay. I'm the Door County Chair, and I'm recognizing myself to speak. I want to make 2 points. Article 5, Section 504 of the Brown County Republican Party Constitution states that one of the core responsibilities of the Executive Committee is to oversee the delegate selection process to assure that a full slate of delegates and alternates may attend the Congressional District Caucus and State Convention. So they have 290 spots available left out of the 318, and so that slot is not full yet. Also, I would like to state that on their website, the Brown County Party website, one of the basic membership levels, it says one of the benefits is to vote at county and district caucuses and the Wisconsin State Convention. And so I want to point that out and say that I'm in favor of seating Kelly Rue as a delegate.
Thank you. Mike 3.
Eau Claire County Chair, I'd like to recognize Scott Bolstead.
Mr. Chair, I woke up this morning with some clarity. I've been around about a dozen years here, and I have the answer. Get your pens out and write this down. I know why we lose elections. We don't have enough Republican voters. And now we're doing a purity test here at the convention. I mean, this is a small convention. Am I missing something? But I call the question.
Call the question.
So, first of all, does his county support his calling
So a county has called the question. Is there a second county that is, or another county that's second? Which one? Kewanee is second.
Okay, and you need two.
Oh, one more then. Outagamie is. Oh, same district. I need one from Jefferson County. All right. There we go. Wasn't expecting this kind of fireworks so quick. So I'm leaning on my parliamentarian a lot here, kind of like joint counsel in the assembly.
There you go. So the motion to call the question is a motion to end debate and vote immediately.
So the call to question and seconded is bringing the debate to an end, and now we can vote.
They have to vote on it.
Right.
So I'm going to
Go,
come.
yeah, come on up.
Okay.
This is our parliamentarian, yeah.
Hi, guys. My name's Kay Cruz. I'm a professional parliamentarian, and the most important thing for y'all to know is I live in Texas. And what that means is I don't really care what y'all do here because I'm going home to Texas tomorrow. So, the motion to call the question is on the floor. That's a motion to close debate and vote immediately. This is a motion and you will vote on it. A vote of yes on this motion will end debate and you will move immediately to a vote on the pending question, which is whether or not the credentials report will be amended. A vote of no means that debate will continue and you will continue debating whether or not the motion will be amended. If the vote is yes, the vote will be taken by rising because it takes 2/3 and we'll never be able to hear that with everybody shouting at us. So instead, it will be taken by rising. 2/3 will be required to end debate and move ahead. And then if that motion is successful, then you will move immediately to the vote on whether or not the credentials report will be amended. Does anyone have a process-related question that I can answer for them? Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. I might have done that.
So we need a vote then to end the debate and move forward. All in favor of ending the debate toward the vote, please rise. I wasn't a whiz at math, but that looks like 2/3. All right, so the debate is ended.
No, you still have to take both sides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those that want to keep debate going, please rise. There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay, now you can see
Yeah,
it clearly.
definitely 2/3 the other direction. So, with that in mind, and don't get comfortable. With that in mind, let's move on to the vote on the amendment. Correct? All right. All those in state the amendment. The amendment is to take the delegate Kelly Rue off the committee that was introduced by Kim Travis, or you heard Kim mention that she has been added to the delegate role. So that's the amendment to remove her name from that. So that's what we'll be voting on. That will be, I'm going to have everyone that is in favor of that amendment to remove Kelly Rue from the delegates will rise. All right. You can sit down. All those in favor of adding Kelly Rue to the delegates stand.
Two-thirds.
So it just takes a majority, and the majority wins. So Kelly Rue will remain as a delegate.
So they've adopted the amendment, now they have to adopt the name credentials.
Okay. All right, we adopted the amendment. Now, one more step in this tremendous process. We must vote on adopting the amendment report, or the report from Kim Travis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against? No. Ayes have it. All right. All right, I'm battle ready now. I got my parliamentarian and we're gonna go to town. We're going to town. It's my pleasure now to invite Tyler Vorpagel to the podium. Tyler serves on the Republican Party of Wisconsin's Executive Committee and serves as the head of the Constitution Committee. So please welcome my former colleague in the Assembly, Tyler Vorpagel, to deliver the Constitution Committee report.
Well, good morning, everybody. And what we have before you are two amendments to the RPW Constitution that were presented for your consideration in the call to caucus. They're very simple amendments. The first is to amend the final paragraph of Article 3, and all the amendment does is make more broad the verbiage in the final line. No one may become a member in good standing if they hold a membership in another political party, committee registered with the federal or state elections agency. The call to caucus is on page 42. It changes it to state elections agency. Currently, the state party constitution references the now defunct Government Accountability Board. So hopefully we won't have to come back and change that again in the future when the agency changes again. And then the second amendment is just updating the number of committees and the names of those committees to reflect what the RPW committees are doing. So, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Executive Committee, I move adoption of amendments A and B.
So we heard the motion from Tyler to adopt A and B. Second? No. All right. Doesn't need a second. So all in favor, say aye. All.
You have to let them talk about it.
Okay, I got to let you talk about it, I guess. I wanted to get you guys out of here early. No, it's okay. Mike number 2. Mike 2 would like discussion on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring this up. Just clarification from Tyler would be great. Where it says if they hold a membership in another political party, committee registered with the federal or state elections agency, that's just a political party, correct? So if you're like a different third-party organization, just clarification on that.
Tyler's still there? It's just political parties, Bill says. Yep. No. Any other discussion? Sorry for omitting that before. Any other discussion? All right, now we can vote on accepting amendments A and B. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, moving on. I will now introduce John Leiber to deliver the Rules Committee report. So please welcome Rules Committee Chair and Treasurer John Leiber, who will deliver the Rules Committee report.
Well, hi everyone. Good to be back here. Welcome to everyone new. And I am here to deliver the Rules Committee report. So we had a few cosmetic changes to the rules, just kind of clarifying what exactly some of the sections are. The entire submitted rules are in your rule pamphlet. So with that, the committee has made the introduced the rules, and I believe that's the motion. So we'll have the vote in the rules packet. Everyone in favor, please say aye to adopt the rules. All opposed? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm turning it over to him to do. All right.
Your job is to say,
on behalf of the committee, I move the rules. Sorry, I got a little carried away. On behalf of the committee, I move to adopt the rules, and I'll turn it back over to the convention chair. Thank you.
It does not need
All right, I'm glad I'm not the only guy doing this. All right, I haven't forgot. Any discussion on what was just said that you would like to discuss? Any discussions? All right, with no discussion seen, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. You got to be recognized. Are you the county chair? What are you looking for? Yeah. Are you calling a point of order? We need the county chair to recognize you and say what rule was broken to call a point of order. We okay? All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye again. Aye. All opposed, no. All right, it carries. Now it's my honor to introduce National Committee Chairwoman Pam Travis, and she will deliver the national report. Please welcome back National Committeeman Pam Travis.
Wisconsin. Well, President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are in the White House. Under their leadership, we are laying the foundation for a new American revival, one rooted in courage and common sense. Thanks to you, your tireless commitment, your grassroots grit, your unwavering belief in this country, we have restored strong, principled leadership to our nation. You knocked on doors, you made the calls, you went to the rallies, you worked the offices, you wrote the postcards, you put up the signs, and you never backed down. Because of you, we have a president who keeps his word, a president who loves America, and a president who once again is putting America first. But we aren't here just to celebrate. There's so much more to do. We must also look forward. Because while victory at the ballot box was critical, our mission is not finished. If we've learned anything from these past years, it's that elections have consequences, and that secure and transparent elections are essential to preserving the voice of the people. We stand now at a moment where faith must guide us forward. Faith in God, faith in our country, and faith in each other. No movement succeeds through division and blame, but through respect, resolve, communication, and trusted leadership. Now let's take a moment. Let's think about how we all got started. For me, it was when I was 18 years old. For those of you doing the math, that was 45 years ago. I was asked to sign support cards for President Ronald Reagan, not president at the time. That one ask and the mentors who invested time in me sparked my passion for politics. I listened. I respected their rules, their knowledge, and their wisdom. Oh, we didn't agree on everything. In fact, the CR group that I started had a very different tone than the leadership expected. But although we walked different paths, What united us then still unites us now. Faith, freedom, and a deep belief for the greatness of America. So I ask each of you, what is your why? And my ask today, more importantly, is who are you bringing in next? In the latest Yale Youth poll, voters aged 18 to 21 leaned Republican by 12 points. That's historic. Right now, we have a generational opportunity. The last time we saw a shift like this was during the Reagan Revolution. Young people are waking up, and they're looking for values, strength, and truth. So like those who came to me to develop my passion, we need to welcome them, mentor them, and lead with purpose. The Bible reminds us of the importance of standing shoulder to shoulder and mutual respect, even among those who don't always agree. Peter and Paul, two great leaders of the early church, had different backgrounds and perspectives, yet each played a role in advancing the same mission. When guided by shared values and a higher purpose, people with different approaches can still walk together in faith and effectiveness. Today, political groups, especially within the conservative movement, can learn from this. We may not always agree on strategy, priorities, or purpose, but we are united by the same core beliefs: faith, family, freedom, and a love for our country. We are one Republican Party. By respecting our differences and working together, even along separate paths, we strengthen our cause and move closer to the future we all want to build. As Scripture says, though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. That is the power of standing shoulder to shoulder. That is the strength of this movement, and that is how we win. So, my friends, let's go forward with humility, purpose, and common goals. Not because we all agree on everything, but because we all agree on one thing that matters most. America is worth protecting, and the future continues with us. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your work. And thank you for being the reason America is still the greatest country on this earth.
Thank you, Pam. Now coming onto the stage next is the National Committee Man, Terry Dietrich, who will be delivering a national report. So please welcome National Committee Man, Terry Dietrich.
Yes, sir. Morning, Patriots. How's everybody doing? Great to see everybody. I'm here this morning to give you a report. I just got back late last night from down in Florida, meeting with the other 168 RNC committeemen and committee women, and Chairman Watley and our new co-chair, Casey Crosby, who took over for Laura Trump. Fantastic person, really excited for her. She's from Kentucky. The RNC meeting was exciting. I heard a lot of things from a lot of counties and county chairs as well as committee people about a lot of the same issues that we have here in Wisconsin, election integrity and how they're going to revamp themselves to get ready to compete in the future. It's really been very resourceful and helpful for me, and I know for Pam, to spend the time with those folks. So I just wanted to give you kind of a little short report on that. The RNC basically has got 3 priorities, starting first and foremost, getting ready for next year's midterms. The midterms are going to be absolutely critical. Obviously, as you know, there's a chance here in Wisconsin that we're going to have some recalls or redistricting again. Boo, right? Yeah, unbelievable, but it looks like it's coming down the line. So we're going to have to be in position to protect our 2 congressmen here and obviously hold the House. So that priority is very, very big for them. It's building resources and starting to put battleground states in a position to compete at a much, much higher level than we are. So we've got to up our game here in Wisconsin. We've got to up our game across the country in all these battleground states, and even some of those states that are right on the fringe that we think we can bring forward, not just for the short term, but for the long term. The second aspect was along with building these resources. And you know, many of you know me, I ran last year for this national committeeman spot after Tom Schreibel had been filling it for 8 years. I ran specifically with the idea of helping Wisconsin build resources to be able to compete against this monster outside money and outside resources that are invested in our state full-time, all the time, 12 months a year. We have to up our game. Those resources can come from the RNC, they can come from outside sources as well, and they can come right here from Wisconsin, from our business community and all those great patriots that are out there. So we've got to up our game. The RNC Chairman Whatley absolutely agrees with me. He said, Terry, listen, all full force in Wisconsin. Let's fix it, let's up our game, and let's get ready to compete next year, because Wisconsin is absolutely critical to any formula that we have going forward for President Trump through the midterms and beyond. So this is what really, I was very encouraged. Thank you. I was very encouraged that that priority was set for us, and Chairman Whatley outlined that. Second is third parties, right? We've got third parties in our state. We've got third parties throughout our country. There's a lot of angst about what's going to happen with them, how we're going to work with them. Are they relevant in some cases, other cases? Look, it's my personal opinion to all of you. I'd like to express this today. Third parties are here to stay. Third parties are needed. Third parties are critical to be with us. And let me just say one other thing. You know, we have to all look at ourselves in the mirror and not sit and criticize between the state party and third parties, etc. What we need to do is work to find efficiencies. I think all of us will agree that there were times when people were redundant and crawling all over each other, tons of groups coming in here trying to help out. That's all great. Some of it was really repetitive and inefficient. That's where we have to get better. But we have to keep an open mind to those third parties and those resources coming in and help guide them. And the RPW is really the focal point that can do that. We're still absolutely 100% relevant. We're still right in the midst of everything. But we need to have an open mind towards those third parties. And one of the things Chairman Whatley and Chairwoman Casey Crosby mentioned was a youth movement. We need to welcome our youth into our party. This is absolutely essential. We're all getting up there in age. There's a lot of people who have been around who deserve a lot of respect and a lot of congratulations. From me, from my heart, I see so many folks. There's obviously a new change on the executive committee, right? Which is healthy through our district caucus process. We elected new people. There's going to be a change in that makeup, okay? It's not to say that some folks are not welcomed and others are brand new and trying to push. Bottom line is, this is natural in our party to do this. This is good, and it should incorporate the youth in our state to get involved and become leaders in the future. This is the future of our party. This is what Chairman Whatley and many of the other committee people all over the country are seeing. This is the second priority that they really, really want to focus on and make sure that we're welcoming and we get youth in. The third, clearly from Chairman Whatley, President Trump told Chairman Whatley two things: get out the vote and protect the vote. We did a pretty good job at election integrity in the last round in November, but we have a long, long way to go. Election integrity is a top priority for the RNC, both resource-wise, legally, and everything in between. I listened to 2 hours worth of election integrity detailing of what they have planned for all of these states. Now, we have our issues with election integrity here in the state. I can guarantee you there are efforts by the RNC at the federal level to start taking a look at Wisconsin and other states and start cleaning up the mess that we have right now. Brian Stile, unfortunately, isn't going to be here. He's going to talk to you over the video, but I'll tell you what, that's one heck of a congressman who leads the House Administration Committee, who oversees election integrity. They're going after Brian Stile big time with this redistricting that they're proposing, not because they just want to pick up the seat, but they want him out of there. You know why? Because he's over the target as the head of election integrity in the House, and there's going to be a lot of stuff that's coming down the line. Just wait. Very, very exciting, very good. So I really enjoyed hearing all that the aspects of the election integrity. So the youth movement. Did you see what Brian Stile's done with Act Blue? Anybody see what's going on with Act Blue? The meltdown of Act Blue? That's an exact situation where Stile and his team are going right after Act Blue, and they are literally imploding. And we love it, because all that smurfing, all that stuff that's been going on, it's starting to come to a head, and it's going to get exposed. And we have to stay behind this effort in our state and push. So again, look, the resources that we can bring from the RNC are critical to our effort. We have to up our game. We have to professionalize our state party. I know that our new executive committee with Chairman Schimming is going to be addressing that in the next few weeks. We don't have any time to waste. We've got to have things ready to go by the end of the year. And if we do, we up our game, we talk about the long term, we stop the infighting, we start working together, we welcome the youth in, we pay attention to our goal, which is not against each other, but taking care of that monster on the other side to make sure President Trump can finish his job in 4 years and go on with J.D. Vance for another 4 years and another 4 years and another 4 years. So please, let's all unify, let's pull together, let's not text each other all the time, let's talk to each other face to face, be respectful, and I just ask for all of your help in doing that. That's my report today from the RNC, who is 100% behind Wisconsin. They still feel we're absolutely relevant and critical. They're asking us to step up our game, and they will match. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Terry. And I just piggyback a little bit on getting the midterms and the congressmen in reelected. Don't forget about the rest of the state. We've got some important midterms for state legislators. Right now we have a 54-45 advantage in the assembly, and they're looking to try to upset 5 votes. Senate even more critical, only a 2-vote majority there. And it sure would be nice. You know, this is my 5th term. I only had 1 term with a Republican governor. So, boy, it would really be nice to get a Republican governor back in that seat. Well, thank you again, National Committee members, for your reports. And, you know, speaking of long-term figureheads and stable bodies in the Republican states leading us and being a beacon since 2010, it was then in 2010 that he stunned the political world by defeating Russ Feingold. 6 years later, Russ evidently thought it was a fluke, and our man did it again. And 3 years ago, he overcame both Mandela Barnes and a mountain of Democrat donor money to win a 3rd term as your senator. So please join me in welcoming Senator Ron Johnson to our 2025 convention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for being involved. Thank you for loving your country so much that you're involved and you're working hard. Now, I often have to warn audiences I'm not the most uplifting character. I have this, I guess I have this compulsion to tell the truth. And right now there are a few hard truths that we need to discuss. I've always said, you know, I was in manufacturing for 30-some years and I've solved a lot of problems. Well, the first step in solving a problem is admitting you have one. So there are 3 problems I want to discuss here today. The first 2 I did cover in my speech last night in the dinner, and both Pam and Terry, I think, have done a pretty good job, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on those. But, I mean, let's face it, I'm sure I was elated as you were. I was in Pewaukee, I guess, at the watch party on November, in the November election there, and the analogy I use is Wisconsin was the golfer that sank the putt to win the President's Cup. And that was a moment of elation, right? And right now we are seeing the benefit of winning that election because elections matter. We are seeing President Trump honor the promises he made. That was made possible because of people like you that delivered the 10 electoral votes to President Trump of Wisconsin. Fast forward, and now here's the hard truth. Fast forward to the spring election, that was a stinging defeat. It was a crushing defeat. There's no way you can sugarcoat that. That was a defeat. Oftentimes, I know JFK said this, other people have said this, that victory has 1,000 fathers, defeat is an orphan. Well, in this case, I'd argue defeat had 634,000 fathers. Those are the voters that came out to try and save America by electing Donald Trump, that did not come out and try and ensure that he would have 4 years where he could implement his agenda without possibly the majority shifting in the House. 634,000 people didn't do that. So now you start hearing this thing that Republicans have low propensity voters. Used to be the exact opposite. Republicans used to have the advantage in low turnout elections. Apparently not anymore. Just to give you a clue of what's happened in the last 2 judicial elections with Dan Kelly and Brad Schimmel, both of those candidates got 61 and 62% of my vote and then Trump's vote. But the Democrat candidates for those justice positions got 78%, both years. Unbelievably consistent. That is a problem we must address because, let's face it, as much as many would want Donald Trump to be on the ballot again, he won't be. He won't be. And we're going to have to figure out how we win without Donald Trump on the ballot here in Wisconsin. So that's just a hard truth. We're going to have to figure that out. Again, I think Terry and Pam covered this, but the other problem is the disunity, the strifes, the squabbles within our county parties. We've always had them, and people are people. There's always power struggle, but I have to admit, in the 15 years since I entered this political process, I've never seen as many squabbles. And so what I asked last night is, by the way, I'm always asked to choose sides. I'm not going to do that, okay? As long as people follow the rules, follow the Constitution. By the way, that's one of the roles RPW plays here. They're not the establishment. They're not trying to tip the balance, but they are enforcing the rules in the Constitution. But as long as people follow the rules in the Constitution and they win, they won. I do ask the winners in these county races or district races to be gracious winners, to follow the rules, to be inclusive, to broaden the tent. That's the only way we're going to win. You're not going to win being disunified. So enough lecturing on that. I think you get the drift of what we need to do. Now let's go to the really big problem. If you can bring up one of my charts. I've got 3 of them here. So let me start with a little story. Probably about 3 years ago, we're in the pandemic. We, on a bipartisan basis, the Uniparty dramatically increased spending from $4.4 trillion to $6.5 trillion in 2020. I asked my Senate colleagues, because we were debating an omnibus spending bill where it's this Republican Senate resolution that we do not accept earmarks. And all of a sudden, Mitch McConnell was negotiating a deal where the pork fest was opened up again, and now all of a sudden Republicans are getting earmarks. So in that debate, I asked my colleagues, hey, anybody know how much we spent last year? Nobody answered. I went out to the Washington Press, asked them the same question. Anybody know how much in total the federal government spent? One reporter said, well, it was over $1 trillion. No, that's just discretionary spending. That's 25% of the budget. 75% of the budget is the mandatory spending. By the way, it's not all Social Security and Medicare. It's Social Security, it's Medicare, it's Medicaid, but over $1 trillion of other mandatory spending. Spending that really should be discretionary, but the Uniparty has deviously shifted from discretionary, where it has to be appropriated every year, into mandatory, so it's out of sight, out of mind, on automatic pilot. So again, that just gives you a feel. We are the largest financial entity in the world. Nothing comes close, the federal government. And theoretically, the 535 members of the board of directors, at least around 50 United States Republican senators, and the press corps that's supposed to be monitoring all this, right, providing the public the information, didn't have a clue how much in total we were spending. That's a problem. It continues to be a problem. Because as we're now moving into the debate over the big, beautiful bill, I've been having to provide the information to my colleagues in the public and the press in terms of what's actually happening here. And it's not pretty. So again, the first chart talks about what we spent prior to the pandemic, 2019, $4.4 trillion, or stated another way, I think a better way to make an impact, $4,400 billion a year. Again, the Uniparty, on a bipartisan basis, went on a massive spending spree and spent $6.5 trillion the next year. Now, the analogy I use on this is I don't know of a Wisconsin family or an American family that if they had a serious illness and they had to borrow $50,000 to pay for medical bills, if that family member got well, they wouldn't keep borrowing $50,000 year after year and continue to spend that level. That would be insane. But that's exactly what the federal government has done. We've averaged for the last 6 years $6.5 trillion. We've never looked back. And this year we'll spend about $7 trillion. It's completely unjustified. It's completely unsustainable. Let's go to the next slide. I've written literally 3 columns now for the Wall Street Journal. The first one dropped on January 1st, followed that up with a second, and then the third one has probably made the most news. And by the way, I don't pick the headline, but I actually like this headline: "The Ugly Truth of the Big Beautiful Bill." Here's the ugly truth. So this analysis, again, you can quibble with the analysis. You can always say, well, revenue's going to be different, whatever. But this is the basic analysis that I would argue very few people, until I published this last week, knew. So this is based on the most recent CBO projection for the next 10 years. And what you'll notice is they project $67.5 trillion in revenue, $89.3 trillion of spending, and a 10-year deficit of almost $22 trillion. That is a structural deficit between spending and revenue of almost 6%. And again, do the math, $22 trillion over 10 years, that's an average deficit of $2.2 trillion. Now, just to remind all you, Pat was talking about me stepping off the plate in 2010. I sprang out of the Tea Party movement. We were primarily concerned That was really the result of Obamacare, which we knew would not work, and it hasn't. It's all disguised now, by the way. Medicaid is now, the biggest problem in Medicaid is Obamacare, which they call Medicaid expansion. And I might talk about that, depends on how much time I have. But I remember as a new candidate, totally new to this world, got your endorsement in May, went on the campaign trail in June, did all the parades. You know what my slogan was as I did those parades? You know what I shouted to the crowd? This is a fight for freedom. We're mortgaging our children's future. It is wrong, it is immoral, it has to stop. That was 10 years ago after we had experienced our first $1 trillion a year deficit. We were $14 trillion in debt. Today we're $37 trillion in debt, and according to CBO, we'll be $59 trillion in debt by the year 2035, which just happens to be the time when the Social Security Trust Fund runs out, and we better have the financial wherewithal to plus out those benefits to honor those promises. So, the middle column. This is the basic structure of the big, beautiful bill that's trying to be passed out of the House right now that, quite honestly, I'm trying to stop. So we can take our, listen, I want President Trump to succeed. Again, I can't tell you how pleased I am with how boldly and decisively and swiftly he is acting to honor those promises. But the big, beautiful bill isn't what it's advertised to be. So, again, I won't go through the details, but my analysis, and it's pretty solid, is we wouldn't be decreasing the deficit. We're not going to be bending the debt curve down. We would be exacerbating the problem by a total of about $4 trillion over the next 10 years. Now, whenever I solved a problem, whenever I addressed a problem, I would try and lay out goals and principles. And I would argue that the first principle, the first goal of this Republican budget reconciliation should be to reduce the deficit, start addressing the problem, not exacerbate it. So I've always been recommending a three-step process. First reconciliation, by the way, I had a lot to do in Budget Committee to craft this. First step would have been to pass funding for border security and defense. And in that process, and this is me doing this, insisting that we pay for that 4 years worth of spending in 4 years. Not over 10, in 4 years, which meant $85.5 billion per year times 10. That would have been reducing the deficit by $850 billion to pay for $342 billion of spending. I thought that was a reasonably savvy negotiation with Senate Budget Committee Chair. Okay, so 850. Had we done that, we'd have already banked more than half of what the House is arguing over right now, and it would have been real spending cuts as opposed to the fake ones out in the 10th year. $300 billion of it is approximately the student loan forgiveness, which we have to pass real fast in case the Supreme Court rules it's unconstitutional, and we're not going to spend it anyway. So again, that's what's happening right now. It's fake. But even if those were real cuts, $1.5 trillion, those are reduced by the $340 billion of defense and border spending. So we're talking about a little under $1.2 trillion compared to $89.3 trillion. That's about a 1.3% cut over 10 years, 1.3%. For the federal budget, that's like a rounding error. It's not serious. And again, the result is an increase in deficits, an increase in the projected debt. It's completely unacceptable. So I'm digging my heels in. And I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people, because trust me, I understand the dynamic here. You know, boy, you got to support the president. You got to pass that. He's saying it's no. I ran because we were mortgaging our children's future. I'm running to help save America. I'm doing this to save Social Security. So we have the financial wherewithal to save Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid for those who is designed for the vulnerable, not single age or single working age childless adults. Okay, that is how the system is being gamed right now. By the way, allowing states to basically steal from the federal government. Again, I don't have so much time, I don't think I can really get into that too much. But that's by and large what's happening. Let's go to the next slide. This is really the basis for my first column. Literally over the Christmas, New Year's holiday, I'm understanding what we have, the opportunities we had with the presidency, with the House, with the Senate, budget reconciliation. We could really make a dent in this enormous problem. And so what I was thinking about is, how can we return to a pre-pandemic level spending? By the way, my last column showed it's possible. In World War II, we entered that war spending about 11.7% of our GDP. Now, obviously, during the war, we ramped that up to 41% of our GDP for the war effort. But back then, we were governed by the greatest generation, the generation that literally saved the world. That they knew that, okay, this is extraordinary circumstance right here. We have to return to a pre-war level of spending. So by 1948, under President Truman in the Congress at that time, they had ramped spending down to 11.4% of GDP, actually below the percent of GDP before the war. That was responsible. That's not what we're doing. So how do we return to pre-pandemic level spending? Well, is there some reasonable control to guide our actions? So what I did is I went back to actual outlays. I chose Clinton in 1998, because that was the first year we had a surplus since 1969. By the way, I don't think we spent too little in 1998. I looked at Obama in 2014. I look at Trump in 2019. And I exempted Social Security, Medicare, and interest. I just put that in the budget as we're going to spend it in 2025. But all other outlays, actual outlays, again, we weren't spending too little in 1998, 2014, or 2019. But if you plus those things up by population growth and inflation, you can see for Clinton, you go from 1.7 to $5.5 trillion. Obama's $3.5 trillion outlays turned into 6.2. Trump's 4.4 trillion plus up to 6.5. Now, those are still enormous increases, but well below $7 trillion plus that we're going to be facing right now. And again, the House, it sounds like a lot, 1.5 trillion. It's $150 billion a year. It takes us from a little over 7 trillion to what? 6 trillion 850? It doesn't get as close to 6.5, which I think is the top line. Okay? And just to tantalize you, because we have to balance the federal budget sooner or later. Federal revenue this year is estimated to be about $5.1 trillion. If you go back to Bill Clinton, 5.5. Now, again, there are problems with that because that was before 9/11. You probably have to plus up defense. But anyway, we're that close to balancing the budget if we're reasonable, if we take a look at this type of process. And my second column, by the way, laid out the process for doing this. DOGE has shown us how, right? They are going line by line. They're going contract by contract. And they are exposing grotesque examples of waste, fraud, and abuse. The type of spending that if it's exposed, if the American people see it, they would be outraged and they would support us eliminating it. I also have to believe if you go line by line, there's a couple thousand individual lines in the federal budget. I printed them out. I've got, the 1-inch thick plus budgets for each one of these pre-pandemic budgets. If you go through that line by line, and you take a look at, first of all, the ones that actually exceed, the spending items that exceed population growth and inflation, and just cut them back. By the way, in business, this would be easy. If I had my manager say, okay, listen, you guys can increase your budget based on inflation and the number of customers you serve, but not a penny more. And I come back 6 years later and go, what have you done? You're 10% over that. Cut it back. That literally would be a 5-minute conversation and it would get done. It literally ought to be that easy in the federal government as well. but we need the time to do it, and we need to do the work. And right now, nobody's willing to do the work. This is how it's going right now. They're looking at the programs, right? And they're looking at, well, we can't touch that one. Yeah, that can't touch, can't. Oh, this one right here, if we make this tweak, that probably won't be too politically painful. And hey, if we do it this way, all the savings will be in the out years, right? Wink, wink, nod, nod. How about that? That's what's happening right now. It's phony, it's fake, it's not real. And it's not even as published, it's not even close to adequate. So again, you go through the budget line by line. I have to believe when you've gone from $4,400 billion to over $7,000 billion, you go through that budget, I think you find spending that if you eliminate it, the American public wouldn't even know. The only people that know would be the grifters, the people that are sucking down that fraud and that waste and abuse. So again, listen, I love what President Trump is doing. I want to be supportive of this. I want to make sure this succeeds. But the only way it succeeds is if we actually bend the spending curve down. By the way, there's a great video on my X page, right, pinned at the top, where I take Republican leaders, starting with President Trump at a State of the Union, where he goes, and I'm going to do something the first time we haven't done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. And then every other Republican leader saying some version of, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem, okay? I would hope you all agree with that. At the end of the video, I just asked a very simple question. So, are we willing to fix it? Right now, it doesn't seem like we are. I am going to insist that we do. God bless all of you. God bless America.
It's a race and there ain't no room for someone in second place.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Wow. I hope those slides get to the president, because we know how much President Trump loves Senator Johnson's slides. Everyone, please now welcome Wisconsin's representative for the 1st Congressional District to the stage, Congressman Brian Stile. Is he coming?
Brian's not coming.
Oh, okay.
He's going to have a video in a little bit.
All right. I think someone said it. Congressman Stile couldn't make it. He will have a video to share with us a little bit. So, with that quick change, we'll just move along. Next, we have Congressman Tony Weed from Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District.
We'll always stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see old boy flying. There's a lot of men there, so we can sleep in peace at night when we lay down our heads. My daddy served in the army, where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard.
All right, what a great crowd. Well, good afternoon. It's so great to be here with, of course, all my colleagues and all of you, the leaders of our great Wisconsin State GOP. It is truly a great day to be here. So tell me, who here is fired up about all the great work President Trump is doing? Look, I could not agree more. It has been an exciting few months in Washington as if we've gotten to work enacting President Trump's agenda. We're truly in a golden age right now. In November of last year, the people of Wisconsin sent a clear message. We would not stand by and let radical, far-left policies continue to destroy our country. You did it. For 4 long years, our nation has suffered under the Biden administration in every imaginable way. We faced an invasion at our southern border, rising crime in our streets, and reckless government spending, the spending that has caused us the greatest inflation we haven't seen in 40 years. But thankfully, to quote President Ronald Reagan's 1984 campaign ad, it is morning again. It has been just over 100 days since President Trump took office, and we continue to fight to turn this country around. Under President Trump's leadership, border crossings have been down 99%. That is not a typo. And all it took was a new president. Our border is now more secure than at any other point in the history. We've had presidents campaign on this issue and have done nothing. President Trump is doing what he said he would do. Under President Trump and Republican leadership, illegal immigrants will no longer be given a free pass in this country. If you break the law, you are going to face consequences. I was proud to co-sponsor the Laken-Riley Act, which was signed into law by President Trump. Absolutely. Look, this is something that just says we're going to deport somebody that is illegal that commits a crime of theft. I've also co-sponsored the Remain in Mexico Act, which will codify the successful border policy of the Trump administration and ensure that it cannot be undone by a future president. On top of that, grocery store prices are falling. Gas pump, we're seeing the prices continue to fall. We are unleashing American energy. We are going to be energy dominant in this country. That's for our national security and for the best interest of our economy. Inflation is now at a point that we haven't seen in 4 years, at the lowest point. President Trump promised to stand for America's men, working men and women, and we are fighting to deliver that mission every single day. We also passed legislation. Now think of this, banning men from participating in women's sports. I mean, it's crazy that we have to do that. It is crazy. We have Democrats that continue to throw common sense out the window. And when it comes to the fiscal mess that Joe Biden left us, House and Senate Republicans, we did pass a budget framework that we're working on right now that will cut reckless federal spending and put us back on a sound fiscal path. We're going to continue to move the needle that way. This is not only vital for our immediate success, but imperative for our kids and our grandkids. We've also made it clear to other nations around the world that we will not be taken advantage of any longer. You know, a lot of these legislative items are just common sense, because that's what we are. We're Wisconsin common sense, but Democrats continue to fight us at every single turn. They have spent their time in Washington and here in this state pandering to illegal immigrants and fighting to continue the waste, fraud, and abuse that has set us down this path to fiscal disaster. And guess what? The mainstream media, the news, the local and national continue to be in lockstep with the Democrats. But I have news for the Democrats and all of them in the media. We are not allowing the failed status quo any longer. Not here. You know, the American people spoke loud and clear when they want change, and that's exactly what we are going to deliver. They can try to stop us, but they will not succeed. We need to take our momentum into 2026 and ensure that we continue to elect more Republicans here in the state legislature, keep our majority in Congress, and retake the governorship right here in Wisconsin to continue to do what's right for the people of Wisconsin. You know, we saw what happens in November when we come together as a party and get out the vote. We win. Now is the time for our country, for every county in this state, to unite and spread our common sense message to the people all across our great state of Wisconsin. Right now, we have a governor who refuses to even say the word mother, who fights the Trump administration at every single turn, who would rather protect illegal aliens than hard-working Wisconsinites. Wisconsin deserves so much better. We will defeat him, but we cannot wait until next year. The fight starts right now. So, great Americans, all of you amazing patriots, if we continue to build on our successes from November, unite and expand this party, fight for everyday Wisconsinites, support President Trump's agenda, there is nothing that is going to stop us. Nothing. So thank you. Thank you for all that you do in leading this great GOP. God bless you. God bless our great state of Wisconsin. God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We're right on schedule, by the way. Thank you again, Congressman Weed. Now we'll have Rothschilds that we're sitting in right now, as well as my Congressman, Tom Tiffany. Please join us on stage.
Isn't it great inflation is going down here in the United States of America? And jobs are going up. American jobs, American manufacturing jobs, private sector jobs are going up in America. Inflation's going down. Isn't it great that border crossings are going down and deportations are going up? Isn't it great to live in America like that? And I think it's just wonderful that the phrase catch and release once again is germane to us in northern Wisconsin on the lakes rather than the southern border. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't it great that proper pronoun usage is no longer a big deal in the United States military, but enlistments are up? And isn't it great around the world? Conflicts are going down, and respect for America is on the rise. This all happened because of you. It's because of you. You're the ones that put President Trump over the hump on November 5th. Thank you so much to all of you here in Wisconsin that did the hard work to get it done for Wisconsin and America. Thank you. Thank you. And I got to give a special shout out to my peeps in the 7th Congressional District who did such a great job. Barron County, 96% turnout. Barron County, 96% turnout, November 5th. My home county, Oneida County, Vilas County, 94% turnout. Yeah, awesome. I got to tell you, Taylor County, I think Taylor County probably got 90% of the vote was Republican in their county. They are so red that they're thinking about naming Democrats as an endangered species. And I got to trade. Let's name those Democrats in Taylor County as an endangered species and take the wolf off from the endangered species list. So folks, the America Last methodology is receding here in America, and America First is rising, isn't it? America First is rising. But the question, as we have this great reset led by President Trump, is will Wisconsin be one of the winners? Are we going to be like Texas and South Dakota, Tennessee, Florida, states like that are winning, right? People are moving to those states. Businesses are growing. People want to be there. Are we going to be one of those states, or are we going to be like the losers in Illinois and Minnesota? I hope I didn't offend anybody in St. Croix County, because I know some of them have roots in Minnesota. No, that's why you left. That's why you left. Yeah. So that is the question, is Wisconsin going to be one of the winners here over the next few years? And 2026 is going to tell that story. Because in Tony Evers' Wisconsin, he puts forward a budget that puts us back in deficit just like the bad old Doyle years. Not good, is it? In Tony Evers' Wisconsin, he wants to double the cost of hunting and fishing, some of your favorite recreational pursuits. He wants to make you pay twice as much for a license. That's Tony Evers' Wisconsin. In Tony Evers' Wisconsin, he would rather cuss at people than use the word mother. In Tony Evers' Wisconsin, he thinks violent illegals should come first and Wisconsinites should come last. In Tony Evers' Wisconsin, kids can't read. Kids can't read. We have fallen behind Mississippi in terms of literacy, ladies and gentlemen. No, I want you to allow that to sink in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fallen behind Mississippi in terms of reading. This was the education governor who's had control for 16 years at DPI, and now the governor. It is unacceptable, isn't it? In Tony Evers, Wisconsin, we now have the second highest electric rates in the upper Midwest. We used to be the second lowest. So we all know what the problems are. The question is, how are we going to fix it? And we can fix it easily. We can fix it easily by replacing Tony Evers in 2026, can't we? Yes. And the prescription for success for us to be one of the winners, Wisconsinites are winners, right? Wisconsinites are winners. But we have leadership in the executive branch that is not leading us to victory. Let's get someone that's going to lead us to victory. Let's fix those things. Let's set higher standards for education, not lower. Let's have the lowest energy costs in the upper Midwest, not the second highest. Let's reform the Department of Natural Resources by splitting it so industries and factories will come back to Wisconsin. I mean, let's face it. The Department of Natural Resources decides more than any other agency whether we are going to be prosperous in Wisconsin, whether a mill or factory is going to be built. We no longer can have 10 years to get the permits done because investors will not stay to create those family-supporting jobs if we have a DNR that is like that. Let's split the DNR. That would be a good start, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. Am I over my time?
Go ahead.
The hook is coming, baby. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what's in front of us. The Great Reset is happening at the national level. We are making America great again. We are putting America first. Are we going to put Wisconsin first? That is the question in 2026. I'm prepared to work with all of you shoulder to shoulder to make sure that we win in 2026. Let's get it done.
Thank you very much, Congressman Tiffany. Well, next up, for our folks over in the West, we have the congressman from Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District, Derek Van Orden.
Well, thank you very much. Monroe County, the heart of Wisconsin. I have my glasses on. I know who you are from here. Yeah, you are. Hey, the third is in the house. Hold on a sec before you start that timer. Hold on. I reclaim my time because I got to do this real quick. Truth Social. Camera. Selfie. Wisconsin is in the house. These are your people, Mr. President. Just so you know, Donald J. Trump follows me on Truth Social. Hey, I want to remind everybody of what happened in November. We won! We won! Republicans won! We kicked that 25-year-old intern that's been running the White House for the last 4 years out. I don't know who she is. Gone. Gone. Chuck Schumer, gone. Yep, we got the Senate, we kept the House. And it's critically important that we keep fighting. Yeah? Is it not? All right, that was November. What happened in April? Yeah, yes, we did. To use the phrase, what's your name, sir? James. I'm just going to repeat what James said. We got our asses kicked. And that's true. You know why? Because we didn't vote. We didn't vote because we were squabbling amongst ourselves. We got Turning Point fighting with us. We got individual groups around the world fighting amongst ourselves. Americans for Prosperity, these are all great people. They're all great Americans. You're great Americans. So if we are going to make sure that the 77 million Americans that voted for Donald J. Trump, including 1.7 million Wisconsinites, yeah, we put it over the top. That's true. If we are going to make sure that we are not disenfranchised, then we are going to put aside our petty squabbles, or we will lose. Donald J. Trump. Republicans must unite on the one big, beautiful bill. Kicks illegal aliens off of Medicaid. If we don't do this, 65% of Americans are going to get a tax rate. Excuse me, the vast majority of Americans are going to get a 65% tax increase. We don't need grandstanders in the Republican Party. Stop talking and get it done. All right. So I'm calling a truce. And I think I got the most combat time of anyone in this room. Who else is there? Bring it up. Who was that? You? Yeah. Oh, there you are. What's up, dude? All right. Okay. The appropriate response is all the way, correct? I got no problems with Army Rangers except for Jason Crow, who's a Democrat. Great military service, horrible politics. So listen, I'm calling a truce now. And now you're going to get the senior chief. Who here voted for Donald Trump to have 2 years to effect positive change? 2 years. Who voted for that? Nobody. You all voted to give Donald J. Trump 4 years to get his job done. And if we keep fighting amongst ourselves like grade schoolers, he's not going to get it. So you will make peace with your neighbor. You will speak to AFP. You'll speak to Turning Point. You'll speak to the people that you say are squishes. If I hear one more person say rhino, you're going to get the horn. So knock it off. We are Republicans, we're Americans, we're patriots, we love our country, we love our families, we love our communities, do we not? Yes. We want peace, we want prosperity, we want security. Yes? Yes. Well, we're not going to get it if we keep fighting amongst ourselves. So stop it. Stop it. Yeah. Hey, so I'm a member of the Board of Visitors of the Naval Academy. You know what that is? It's like the governing body. I'm the first enlisted guy to go there. Super funny, because they aren't used to hearing the truth from enlisted people. I'm the longest serving enlisted member of the United States military to ever get elected to Congress in the history of our nation. So I went to the Naval Academy, and I love those guys. I was like, hey, look, man, being the recipient of the product of this institution for over a quarter of a century, I have a few things I would like to bring up. Your baby is ugly. So is ours. So is ours. And I'm telling people, you don't want the government in your business, you better damn well get in the business of government. Republicans vote every 4 years. Once in a while, every 2 years, people stayed at home in April. And there's a young lady that's going to come out here, a rock star, that should be the DPI that isn't because we didn't vote. And we got Janet Protasevich and that other lady, Crawford, in the Supreme Court because we didn't vote. So if in fact you do love your country, and I know you do, if you do love your family, and I know you do, if you want things to be better in this country, and I know you do, and you don't want world war, and you want to be able to afford groceries and gas in the same day, you want your children to grow up in a place that they can be proud of, then you've got to energize. Put aside your petty differences. Stop squabbling amongst ourselves. Work together, and we will win again!
All right. Wow. Thank you again, Congressman Van Orden. And he is right. If we would have got out there and voted, we could have had a majority in the Supreme Court, and we could have a common sense person that really cared about the students' education. And that is Brittany Kinzer. She is here today at our state convention, the former state superintendent candidate who put her fight against the far left Jill Underly. And trust me, folks, I'm on the education committee. It's bad. She fought for our children. So please, let's give her a great welcome, Brittany Kinzer.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. And good morning. From the bottom of my heart, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who supported me and my campaign for Wisconsin Superintendent of Public Instruction. Even though we didn't achieve the result we hoped for, we ran a strong race that united Wisconsinites who shared one powerful belief. Our children deserve so much better. True. A huge thank you to all the county parties and grassroots advocates who were key in fueling this movement. Thank you for inviting me to your special events and providing me opportunities to connect with voters in your communities. Thank you for the warm welcomes I received as I traveled the state, for your unwavering encouragement, and for your many prayers. I also want to thank the RPW Executive Committee, RPW leadership, Chairman Schimming and staff, and numerous legislators who spoke on my behalf at events. I want to thank my campaign team and especially my campaign manager, Amy Loudenbeck, whoever she is in the crowd. So many of you here today enthusiastically rallied around our cause, from collecting nomination signatures for a candidate you had never met, to helping me with fundraising, putting up signs, knocking on doors, and spreading the word far and wide to help get out the vote during the primary and general election. Each and every effort contributed to the momentum and helped me receive over 1 million votes. 1 million votes, over 1 million. And did you know that this DPI race was the closest election for state superintendent in 115 years? Yes. You heard me right. That 5.8% margin was the narrowest since 1909. While the outcome wasn't in our favor, the energy and momentum we've built together are undeniable. So give yourselves a hand for your dedication to kids deserving a better education. Thank you. We can't accept the status quo because our kids deserve so much better. It is a 5-alarm fire, unacceptable that only 3 out of 10 children are reading well enough to succeed. That means 7 out of 10 are not. Together, we must work together so that all of our kids can read and be prepared for a meaningful job, attend college, or master a trade. Don't you agree? Don't you agree? Our kids deserve so much better. Everyone, don't they all? Yes. So the election may be over, but the fight for our kids' future isn't. I'm still working with schools through my Literacy Initiative 95 Wisconsin, and I'm so happy and excited to report that the schools I'm working with are making amazing progress. They're helping, they're helping teachers improve phonics instruction and making sure struggling students are getting one-on-one high-impact tutoring. And it's working. It's working. For example, one of my schools I work with, they have about 80% of students who are living in poverty. However, as we just did our end-of-year testing, over 68%, almost 70% of students are reading at or above grade level. Yes. Yes. So please don't give up on our children. Please keep fighting for our Wisconsin kids. Please continue supporting candidates and elected officials who will ensure every student gets the quality education they deserve. So thank you all again for your support and for your tireless efforts. Together we've made progress, but there is so much more work to be done. Restoring high standards and ensuring children can read is possible. And we must stand together and fight for what is best for our children. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
All right, well, he was scheduled a little earlier, but I think he's had some hurdles. But Congressman Style is with us with a video message. So if we could go to that video message of Congressman Style.
It's great to have President Trump back in the White House, don't you agree? There's work to celebrate, but there is a lot of work to be done. First off, I can't tell you how disappointed I am that I'm not with everybody. I spent about 12 hours in airports having flights canceled. And in the end, I'm not going to be able to get there in time for the convention. I'm beyond frustrated. But let me tell you, we got a lot of work to do in Washington to get this country turned around. The work President Trump is doing to secure the border, terrific. The work that we are doing to get spending under control, work in progress. But I want to share one thing that I'm working on in particular, which is election integrity, making sure that we all have confidence in America's elections. Give you 2 quick things to touch base on here. One, our work to actually drive forward classic election integrity. We've had a big fight in the House of Representatives over things that should be as obvious as photo ID. I'm often reminded of when I was in Janesville going home and grabbing a 6-pack of beer, and I walked in and the clerk said, "Hey Brian, but I need to check your ID." Pulled out my ID just like you do when you board an airplane, you buy a 6-pack of beer, you open a bank account, you do almost anything in this country. I personally think it's absolutely nuts that we secure our beer more than we secure our ballots in the United States in communities across this country. I think it's time that we up our election integrity game, and with Republicans in the House of Representatives, Republicans in the United States Senate, Donald Trump in office, we have a huge opportunity to do that. I'm also continuing my work to make sure that our election campaign finance system is what it says it is, that people know who are making donations. I began an investigation into Act Blue about 18 months ago. As soon as I did that, I realized that Act Blue, that online Democratic fundraising platform, did not have the security protocols in place that almost every financial system has. Let me give you an example. You go buy almost anything online. You have to flip your credit card over, put in the CVV number, that's that 3 or 4 digit code in the back of your credit card. You have to do that so that they know you're in possession of the card. When we began this investigation, Act Blue wasn't even doing that. absolutely ridiculous. Our investigation now continues, and we've joined up with Jim Jordan, James Comer, and others to make sure that we get to the bottom of this. We've transferred information over to the United States Department of Justice under the now leadership of Trump-appointed Pam Bondi. We have a huge opportunity to make sure that we turn this ship around, that we drive forward election integrity, that we hold actors that are engaged in illegal behavior accountable, and we're going to do just that. We're not going to stop until we get this country back on track. Again, planes, trains, and automobiles. I was in the airport for about 12 hours yesterday. I can't tell you how bummed I am to not be there with all of you. But let's get the work done to make sure that we're continue to build on the election of President Trump. We drive forward and we get this country back on track. Hope you have an absolutely wonderful convention. Look forward to seeing everyone in the room very soon.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman Style, to make that announcement and getting things done. I hope he gets back to Wisconsin safely. He was supposed to be here, and then he did a video, and my notes have it here that our next congressman was supposed to do a video, but I saw him in the lobby. So with that, can we please welcome Congressional District Number 6, Congressman Glenn Grothman. Good news and bad news. Good news is he is here, but he's on the phone. So unless it's President Trump, what the heck? So just to kind of remind everyone, after we hear from the congressman, we'll have a state legislator panel. He's back.
Okay, we're going to do the panel quick.
Oh, all right. All right. That's why it's so good to be able to weave and bob. So while we wait for Congressman Grothman, we'll bring out our legislative panel. And it's my honor to introduce State Treasurer John Leiber, who will be leading our state legislative panel. So let's give him a round of applause.
Up here. Thank you, everyone. I'm back, and I get to introduce our legislative panel members. First up, Representative Mark Bourne. He's been in the Assembly since 2012, and he's been on Joint Finance since 2017, and he's currently the co-chair of the Joint Finance Committee. So please welcome Representative Mark Bourne. And our next panel member is Senator Devin LeMahieu. He is currently the Senate Majority Leader, and he's been in the Senate since 2014. So let's give a warm welcome to Senate Majority Leader LeMahieu. All right. Hello? They gave me a stool, not a chair. Well, all right. I will deal with that. So, thank you for being here. I know you guys are pretty busy right now. Now, you heard from a lot of congressmen recently, and they have the federal big, beautiful bill, their budget bill they're working on. We have our own budget bill here in Wisconsin. The state budget is currently being discussed by Joint Finance. So can you guys tell us what is going on? Where are we at in that process? And I think I heard backstage, is there a bet? Are we going to get ours done before the federal government gets theirs done?
Yeah, that was a debate that Congressman Tiffany and I were having backstage. So we'll stay tuned to see how that turns out. But so, of course, we have a terrible governor in Wisconsin. Kind of the same thing we talked about last time Devin and I were here. And he introduced a ridiculous budget again, like usual, reckless spending, 20% increase. massive policy, trying to rewrite everything that's happened in this state in the last more than a decade now. So we threw that document out like we always do, and are working from current law to build a budget for all of Wisconsin. And the process just started last week. We've been working with all of you and other folks throughout Wisconsin to build a budget that makes sense for the state, that invests in our priorities, returns money to you. Most importantly, that's got to be an important part of it. Last time, you probably remember, the governor vetoed the tax cut, thinks he should keep all the money in Madison and tell you how it needs to be spent. We obviously disagree with that. So part of our priority is to make sure that we have a budget that makes sense, and that includes tax cuts.
Yeah, I'd let Mark go first on this one because he is the co-chair of the Finance Committee. But what the governor's trying to do is turn us into Minnesota, turn us into Illinois, states that have out-of-control spending, have done Medicaid expansion. Their budgets are just going broke because of our 14 years, over the last 14, 15 years since Walker came in and we took control over both houses of the legislature. We've done responsible budgets. That's why we have a $4 billion surplus. Well, part of it's because the governor continues to veto our tax cuts on and on again. But, by sharpening the pencil, doing a great job of controlling spending, that's how we have a $4 billion surplus, and states all around us are looking at huge deficits.
Thank you. So what type of things did you guys have to take out of the budget? What did Governor Evers put in this time that we had to take out and get back to normal?
Well, last week, the Joint Finance Committee took out 612 items that the governor had put in his budget, in his 1,900-page budget, mostly policy items such as inseminated persons, Medicaid expansion, legalizing marijuana in Wisconsin, just a whole host of liberal policies that he put in the budget. He added another income tax bracket to make us in line with New York and California with income taxes for high income earners. That's why wealthy, successful people are fleeing those states, because they're paying 10% in their income taxes, and that's what the governor wants to do to the state of Wisconsin. If we want to keep Giannis in Wisconsin, maybe we shouldn't tax him at a higher rate when he can go to Texas and pay nothing on his income taxes. We removed all that out. It's the typical, woke policies, expanding government policies, 1,300 new employees, 20% increases. Can you imagine that? A 20% increase in spending? I mean, can you do that in your personal budgets? You can't do that. But that's what the governor wants to do to Wisconsin, and essentially turn us into Minnesota or Illinois or Michigan.
Yeah, I think the senator hit most of the key ones, but I think the biggest thing that I want folks to know is, if you could think of a dumb idea for government, the governor probably had it in his budget. I mean, literally, it was, how can we grow government? How can we have government more involved in our lives? And that was a list of quite a few of them. He wanted to come after your guns, just lots of, if you could think of a liberal, stupid idea, he probably had it in there.
So speaking of the budget, the state Supreme Court recently just gave the governor even more expansive veto powers. How has that impacted how we're crafting the budget and any bill really going in the future? What do we have to watch out for now?
Yeah, this is a real problem, and there's another lawsuit pending where he's asking for an even more expansive veto authority, and this is putting way too much power in the executive, and it's to the point where we're going to have to write the budget differently. There's going to be some things that we probably won't be able to do that we could do in the past, especially if this second lawsuit goes the wrong way. But even as silly as we're going to have to write years instead of using numbers, we're going to have to use words, because we have a constitutional protection against splicing up the words, but this court just gave him the ability in this last ruling on the 400-year veto to splice up the numbers. And so we're having to kind of be silly in some ways as we write these things to just work amongst this mess that the court's created in expanding his power.
Yeah, it's important for everybody to understand that when Governor Evers did the 400-year veto for school spending last budget, by the way, if you think 400 years into the future, think 400 years into the past, we weren't even close to being a country yet. That's like when the Mayflower came over about 400 years ago. That's how long Governor Evers has increased spending in the state of Wisconsin. And these are increases which they're going to impact your property taxes. Your property taxes are going to go up because of that veto for the next, well, we're not going to be here for 400 years, but at least as long as we're paying property taxes, unless we get a governor in 2 years that can help us rectify this situation. But it's a real problem. So when I first became majority leader 4.5 years ago, I didn't realize how much time I would be spending talking to attorneys, trying to figure out how to defend state law, to fight against the Supreme Court. And unfortunately, elections have consequences. And for the next 3 years, we have a Supreme Court that's going to run rogue over our Constitution. And what they're trying to do is create similar to the federal government, where our president, if you look at the intent of the framers, our president, even though I like what Trump's doing, it probably gives way too much power to the executive branch of government. The federal government has done that over the last 100 years. And that's what our Supreme Court's trying to do right now in Wisconsin, is give all the power to the executive branch, to the governor of Wisconsin. And if it's your governor, I guess that's good. But like everything that you can accomplish in a 4-year period could just be undone by the next election, which is not good for Wisconsin. It's not good for certainty for business. And it's not good for legislative power, because we're the ones closest to the people, unlike the governor, who just cares about the entire state.
Speaking of the governor.
In the back, take your maybe conversations out so everyone can hear up front. Thank you.
So speaking of the governor, some of you may remember last time the Republicans passed a tax cut, Evers vetoed a couple of those provisions and then took credit for all of it. So just let's be clear, what is the Republican plan to get some tax cuts back to the people of Wisconsin?
Yeah, we've worked with the Assembly and the Senate, and we have a combined tax plan that we've shared with the governor. We're trying to actually work with the governor to get a responsible budget passed. The Speaker and I met with him at the end of March, and ever since then he has not agreed to meet with us for the last 5 weeks. He's only put his staff out there to meet with our staff, providing no concrete agenda items of what he wants, because he gets the luxury of introducing a budget first that he knows isn't going to get passed. We can take a $4 billion surplus and turn it into a $4 billion deficit and not worry about the consequences. But we have to be responsible, because we know our budget's probably going to become law, and we're going to have to deal with the consequences of it. So getting back to your question, that was a long way of getting to your question. But what we're looking to do in the Senate, and we have an agreement on sort of the framework of a tax cut, is we have 4 income tax brackets in Wisconsin. The top one is 7.65, then it's 5.3, then 4.4. So the 4.4 bracket ends at a combined rate of $38,000 income for a family. So almost everybody, if you're working full time, is above that $38,000. So we would like to extend that $38,000 up. Depending on how much we put into the tax cut will be how high that goes. And I'll let Mark talk about what the Assembly has in our tax cut package.
Yeah, so our package, as we have some agreement with some support for the Senate part of it as well, but we want to focus more on retirees. We know, as the Senator just talked about, the governor's 400-year veto is going to be an assault on your property taxes. We know that there are a lot of states that are better to retire in as far as a tax environment. And we want to do more to keep the folks here that have raised their family, built a career, started to build businesses, and then when you get into your retirement years, it becomes almost unaffordable to live in Wisconsin. And so we want to do more to make it more affordable to stay here, where you've done a lot to build this state and build your families. You might as well stay here and enjoy your grandkids. And so that's going to be our focus.
So while the governor does run his state agencies, the legislature has oversight, and I know there's been some interesting audits and reviews of some of the rules that have gone by. Would you have any interesting things you'd like to share from some of the audits that have come out in the past year?
Well, I think the audits are always a great opportunity to show the failures of the government that's run by Tony Evers. Also, even more so, the more recent ones are the UW system. I mean, if you want to look at an agency that's really broken, there is incredible data out there now from, we brought a lot of attention to the DEI crap in the last couple of years, but there's also just showing the way they grow their administration. We've started calling it administrative bloat. You know, you've got either flat or declining enrollment pretty much across the UW system, and yet they continue to grow their admin and their support staff and balloons further and further. No one would run a business that way, and these audits have done a good job of really exposing the failures in the bureaucracy. The problem, of course, is because we have a bad governor, there's no partner to fix it, right? They control so much of this stuff. Even in the UW side, he appoints the Board of Regents. Just recently, the last Walker-appointed Board of Regent, retired or ended his term, and that's totally controlled again by Tony Evers. And so we see in these audits where a lot of these failures are, but the ability to get to it when the executive can protect so much of that. There's of course the opposite. We're blessed right now at the federal level because Trump has been able to get after this stuff, right? And that's why, in the next election, we need to make sure we replace Tony Evers so we have an executive just like we have in DC right now that can get to the bottom of this crap.
Yeah, every time we do an audit, we find really interesting stuff, and fraud, waste, abuse. The DEI audit, before the audit even came out, they found the DEI department of the UW system just wasting money, fraudulently spending money. So all of a sudden that person gets reassigned. They don't get fired, by the way. They just get reassigned when you're a government employee. I mean, so many different audits that have found things, but then it's incumbent on us to try fix it. And we try run bills. An interesting audit that was done, I believe, last year already, looking at all the COVID money and where all that was spent. We found that the interest on all the COVID money, because it wasn't spent immediately, is just sitting in a slush fund for the governor. $170 million is sitting in a slush fund. They're refusing to put it in the general fund so we can use it to give tax breaks, invest in government. It's just sitting in a slush fund. The federal government says he's supposed to give it back to the general fund. The Nonpartisan Fiscal Bureau says he's supposed to bring it back to the general fund. But that $170 million is just sitting there earning interest, waiting for the governor to go spend it on.
So there is one way we can get things kind of bypass the governor, and that's through constitutional amendments. And we've had a number of successes on that. The most recent one was the voter ID one, I believe. So why is that so important? Why is that such a great tool to use to put the issue right before the people? And kind of what are the future plans? Do we have any coming up that we should be aware about?
Yeah, there's a really interesting bill that was introduced maybe a month ago. The challenge so the process to do a constitutional amendment is it needs to pass both houses 2 sessions in a row in the exact same format. So it's incumbent that anything that we do this session, from a constitutional amendment standpoint, that we keep both houses next session, so that way we can pass it again next session and send it to the voters. But there's a really interesting bill out there, because every time we put a constitutional amendment on the ballot, I get many calls of people who are like, what does this mean? Because when we're working on it, we need to make sure that it holds up to judicial scrutiny, so we have attorneys write this, and attorneys don't speak like we speak all the time. So sometimes I even read, I'm like, what the heck are they, what is this trying to accomplish? So there's a great bill out there that can also add the intent of the amendment on the ballot, so that way you read the constitutional amendment and then you can read the intent of what that is, so it makes it much easier on the voter when they're in the ballot box to say, oh, this is trying to hold this accountable.
I would just add that I think that we need to try to find something to get some better control over the line item veto. It has been too powerful. The courts are making it more powerful. And so, yeah. So I think we'll start working on that. But as the senator just said, that means that's going to be a new amendment, and then we'll need to pass it next time as well. So we need to make sure we maintain our strong majorities to be able to do that. But I think this is our best hope right now of trying to rein in this activist left-wing court we have. Is ultimately the powers in the people when we can put amendments, smart amendments like banning Zuckerbucks and the voter ID ones, which are the last two that you helped us pass here in Wisconsin. So thank you. I think the more of that we can do, the better off we'll be as a state.
So let's wrap up on a positive note. What are some of the highlights that may have not gotten out through the media that you'd like to share with people here? What positive things have come out of this last legislative session? Or even the one before this?
Yeah. I think almost anything that we do that isn't hyper-partisan fights doesn't get covered. So you could look at almost any of the legislation that we pass that can have a positive impact. We've done stuff in the last few weeks in the Assembly on trying to bring more accountability to our welfare system and make sure that we're doing what we can to build our workforce, and our workforce welfare programs aren't being abused. And these are basic things that seem like common sense to most people, but the governor and the Dems continue to be opposed to them. They don't really get any coverage. And there are a lot of small things like that. We did some legislation in trying to help crack down on human trafficking, which is awful, right? But because no one's screaming at each other on the floor about it, it doesn't really get talked about. And so we're still able to do some positive things for whether it be criminal justice or accountability in our welfare system. And nobody really wants to talk about that, but we'll keep trying to do it. And hopefully at some point the governor will come to his senses on this and support some of these basic things.
Yeah, so in the Senate this session, before every floor session, we hold a press conference to highlight, the criminal justice, keeping our communities safe, hold those press conferences, invite the media to come, and then they typically don't report on it, and then just start asking me questions about anything that they are trying to do a gotcha on me on it. But we're continuing to try highlight that. I mean, the good thing is Trump won the state of Wisconsin. The Assembly came back with 54 seats and outperformed Trump in almost all those 50-50 seats. We still have an 18-15 majority in spite of Trump only winning 15 of our Senate seats. But we're going to be up against it this next year. But we're out there fighting, knocking on doors, we are the firewall against really horrible liberal policies coming into Wisconsin. But thank you all for coming out to convention. You guys understand what's going on. Obviously, that's why you're here. The importance of the next gubernatorial election and the importance of keeping strong conservative leadership in Wisconsin. So thank you all for coming out.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Senate Majority Leader. So let's give them all a round of applause.
Nothing like a little BTO. Yes. And they were right about one thing about the referendums, which I like because we do it through 2 sessions and then it's out to the voters. If we lose the majority, Governor Evers would like to be able to let the people sign, those petitions to be able to bring referendums from the people, turning us into California. So we have to make sure that we keep that darn majority. All right, I'm going to try again. See if he's available now. Excellent. I met him at my Lincoln Day dinners. I was emceeing when I was on the radio, and Glenn is truly a great friend of mine and a great congressman now, Senator Glenn Grothman.
Isn't Donald Trump tremendous? I'm going to touch on 3 issues that all affect Donald Trump a little, and as far as great things he's done and how we can defend him. We are going to be passing out of the House of Representatives, the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump's talking about for quite a while. We're going to pass it out of committee that I happen to be on tomorrow night. I think we're going to pass it out of the House later this week, and we'll see what happens in the Senate the week after that. But in any event, right now Donald Trump is under attack, and they keep saying he's cutting Medicaid, he's cutting Medicaid, he's cutting Medicaid, right? Do you hear that? Like he's throwing people off of health care. I want to explain a little bit what that means, and it's not what normal people would say by cutting Medicaid. A deal has been cut in which more conservative people are insisting that if you are on Medicaid, you have to be working or try to work. In other words, we can't have you just hanging out, sitting on your parents' couch, and you get Medicaid, okay? So that is not what I would consider cutting Medicaid. The other thing is we are going to be paying much more careful attention to whether or not illegals are on Medicaid. And if we, right? I mean, that should be automatic. I don't call that, oh, we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting Medicaid. And we have to do that, by the way, in addition to the fact that it's so overwhelmingly right. Right now, if anybody ever questions what we're doing, you can always say we are borrowing 26% of our federal budget. Can you imagine if in, say, every year what you spend on your credit card or whatever, you're borrowing 26%. But in any event, when they say we're cutting Medicaid, that's what they mean. When they talk about food stamps, okay, it's not like we're taking anybody off of food stamps, but there are people who cheat on food stamps, including people who are here illegally. Now, right now, food stamp is kind of a strange program, and that it's 100% paid for by the states, but it's administered by the it's 100% paid for by the federal government, but it's administered by the states, okay? So there is an invitation, if you are a real loosey-goosey state like California or New York, to allow people on food stamps, including illegals, who shouldn't be there. So what we're saying, first of all, so the states have to pay a little more careful attention here, we're saying that the states have to pick up 5% of the cost of the program, at least. And then we're saying if a state is doing a particularly poor job, if we're auditing them and the states are still loosey-goosey because they're California and they give food stamps to anybody under the sun if they could, then they've got to pay for 10%. So that's not cutting people off of food stamps. That's making sure we enforce the current law. So you understand what they're saying when the liberals say that sort of nonsense. Two, DEI. Donald Trump has had so many tremendous executive orders. I personally think his best executive orders have been getting rid of DEI. And I've talked about it before. I've talked about it before from this stage. I never think we'd make as much progress as Donald Trump has done. But what DEI, or what affirmative action was under Joe Biden and going all the way back to Lyndon Johnson in 1965, you had to fill out a form if you were a business doing $10,000 of business with the federal government, almost nothing, listing race and sex of every one of your employees, how much they make, their job description. So in other words, I see some of my Washington County buddies over here. This was originally brought to my attention by a woman from Washington County who was a human resources director from a manufacturing facility. And she or her firm was told that if they hire another person that for an engineer, that person had to be a woman. And she said, really, is it right that the federal government can tell us this? They were told that if they hired another member of management, it had to be a person of color. And this goes on all the time in the United States. It's been going on for 60 years. Donald Trump got rid of it. If anybody complains about it or says that America's a racist country, you can point out that almost all the wealthiest subgroups in this country are people who did not come from Europe. The wealthiest group right now is people from India. Number 2 is Philippines. I think number 3 is Japan and then China. Cubans do very well. West Africans do very well. All these immigrant groups come here and seem to succeed. Nevertheless, a goal of the Democrats is to persuade people that America is a horrible racist country and you ought to walk around with a chip on your shoulder. In my district and some other districts too, the Hmong are here, and the Hmong are doing a fantastic job. You know, I always love to show up and talk to my Hmong events in Oshkosh and Sheboygan, but you came here, not European, just work hard, you know, and you succeed. So that's something to remember as we defend Donald Trump, as he got rid of DEI rules that were around since 1965. Number three, I'm going to give you a tip. I'm going to give you a tip for Donald Trump, and I hope this comes to fruition. I have talked about, since I came to Washington, even before then, the huge marriage penalties that all of our welfare programs have, be it low-income housing, be it food stamps, be it earned income tax credit, being Pell Grants. All those things penalize a married couple, and that they probably wouldn't get it if they were married, but if they were single, they'd get it. Donald Trump's team is very involved in this, and they plan on taking the lead in doing something about this within the next few months. It is not in the big, beautiful bill, but I mean, Donald Trump's only been president for 4 months here, but Donald Trump is aware of the problem. I have suggested that J.D. Vance is the one who should take the lead on this, given his background, but it is something you're going to be reading about a lot in the paper in the next 3 or 4 months, and it's another thing that another problem that only Donald Trump would take on. So those are 3 issues for you to remember when you leave here today, and we'll leave things for the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Congressman Glenn Grothman. All right, with that in mind, I will remind you we have some very good speakers coming up after lunch, but I will put the convention into recess. Please return by 1:30. Please return to your seats as soon as possible. We'll get our afternoon session underway.
No, I'm just going to go. Okay. So,
yeah.
We're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm going to trust that you can get through these first few speeches.
I think so.
And I hope I'm back to your meetings.
Yes.
All about fun.
Let's get to your seats. We're on a schedule here. Welcome back, everyone. So, everyone, to your seats. Don't make me come back there. I'm vicious with a gavel. Everybody, first of all, everyone, how's the day going so far? All right? All right. And how about that Ron Johnson this morning, people? Woo! I have a running joke with Ron when I introduce him, and I always say he's the only guy I know can start a bar fight at a church picnic, you know? And that's why we love the guy, because he knows how to throw down. And as long as I'm on the topic of speakers this morning, how about that Brittany Kinzer, everybody? She's the deal. She didn't have to come here. You know, she didn't have to be here. And she was willing to come here, and she was here last night, I guess, and said hi to a lot of you. So thank you, Pat. It is my honor right now. We had two great speakers, a lot of great speakers this morning. And I'm not going to say it only gets better, but let me tell you something, people. Nancy Mace is the deal, let me tell you. And she introduced the Protecting Women's Private Spaces Act and has been on the front lines of defending women's and girls' spaces. She sits on the House. She sits on the House Armed Services, Veterans Affairs, and Oversight Committees, and is chairwoman of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee on Oversight. And I want to thank Nancy for being here today, because it was a stretch to have this fit into her schedule today. But she's here in Wausau, Wisconsin, people. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Representative Nancy Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, Wisconsin. Where real men don't wear skirts. I'm so proud of you, Wisconsin. I'm so proud of the men and the women. I've seen so many beautiful crosses today. Wisconsin is God's country. I love Wisconsin. It's not my first time being here. Do we have any fans of Donald J. Trump in the room today? Who remembers when the Trump campaign came through Wisconsin in 2016? Were we here? You want to know where I was? I was in Green Bay and Appleton as a field rep for Donald J. Trump. I knocked doors for Donald Trump during blizzards in Wisconsin. And I came here today from South Carolina. I got on the plane at 5 a.m. and I got here and it was 53 degrees. That is a full-blown winter in South Carolina. So today is Armed Forces Day. Where are our military men and women? Let's give it up for them. And we want to thank you all. Thank you. And we want to thank you all for your service. I want to thank the chairman, Brian Schimming, for his dedication and the Republican Party of Wisconsin's dedication to President Donald J. Trump. He won bigger here, the biggest since Ronald Reagan. You did that. Wisconsin did that. You did that. I hear you got some judges you like here in Wisconsin. Looks like Hannah Dugan and the rest of the judges here are about to be introduced to the new sabbatical policy implemented by Tom Homan. There we go. His Tom Homan's sabbatical policy says the length of time served is 5 to 10 years. And we're going to call it the sabbaticals for radicals, because that's what she is. And that'll give her enough time to consider whether or not she thought treason was a good idea, right? But unlike the judge, I like an immigration policy kind of served like my sweet tea with a lot of ice. I don't think she would agree with that. Who is sleeping better now knowing that Donald Trump is in the White House? Who's there? There has never been a president stronger than Donald Trump. They impeached him. They raided his home. They indicted him. They even shot him. And the man still survived. He stood tall. We prayed for him every single time, because no weapon formed against him shall ever prosper. And when God calls, no man can cancel. Just like David before Goliath, and by the grace of God, Donald J. Trump is just getting started. He didn't do it alone, though. Wisconsin carried him. And God carry him, just like God carries each and every one of us. So Trump is back. He's securing the border. He's deporting illegals. He's protecting women's sports. And he's declaring there are only 2 genders. And DEI under Donald J. Trump is DOA. Thank you, Mr. President. And we see it every day. The left is literally melting down. Yesterday, I left my home at 5 a.m., kind of like this morning, and I drove to Greenville, South Carolina, 3.5 hours away from my home, to go stand in a bond court where a trans man had threatened to assassinate me because I wanted to protect men out of women's spaces. And you know what? That trans guy, this guy that wears a dress, he got no bond from a conservative judge. Thank you to the judge. And that's what happens, the difference between weakness and wokeness and strength and common sense. And that's what we have with President Donald J. Trump. But this nation, I'm realizing, particularly in the last 6 months, I know that you feel it too. Our nation is in a battle. And it's not necessarily a battle between the parties or left and right or ideology. It is a battle between good and between evil. And we cannot allow this evil to win. When the media doubted him, when the left mocked him, when the establishment tried to stop him, Wisconsin Republicans stood strong. Each and every one of you in this room today stood up for Donald J. Trump. 2024, we sent the message, we won't back down. In fact, we're going to double down for Donald Trump for the remainder of his second term. I grew up the daughter of a retired Army general. He was a very tough man and a retired school teacher. When I dropped out of high school at the age of 17, my parents gave me two options. You can go to school or you can go to work. What do you think I chose? I chose work. I didn't go back to school. And so I went to work at a fine dining establishment. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called the Waffle House. I don't know if we have any Denny's fans in here, but Denny's was a little too highbrow. Has anyone been to the Waffle House? Okay. And has anyone, this is the real true test, if you like Waffle House, has anyone been to the Waffle House after midnight? Those are my people. There you are. I love you guys. We'll see you guys later there tonight. At the age of 17, I learned that dropping out of high school might not have been the best idea. It's kind of a terrible idea. And so I would go back to a technical college and I'd take a couple college courses and eventually get the equivalent of my high school diploma. And 26 years ago this month, I became the first woman to ever graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. This is a college campus where we don't burn the American flag, we salute it, as God intended. So I soon went from making waffles to making history. In 2020, I became the first Republican woman ever elected to Congress from the state of South Carolina. I didn't do it alone. You know who carried me? God carried me through that time. I've made some headlines in Congress since I've been there the last 4 years. Sometimes I ask my colleagues to take it outside when I don't like what they have to say. I've been known to yell at some people. I've been known to use some four-letter words, which I will not use today. But I didn't come to Congress to make friends. I didn't go to D.C. to make friends. I went to D.C. to make a difference. I went to Congress to hold the line with each and every one of you all across Wisconsin, all across South Carolina, all across the country. I've never been very good at following the rules, which makes it a lot easier when you're holding the line. I fired a sanctuary sheriff last year in South Carolina while nearly every other elected official in my state stood by in silence. I spoke up. I spoke up on the House floor. I spoke up in the Oversight Committee. She lost by 1 point. But this woman, we have sanctuary cities across the country. We got a sanctuary county in South Carolina, and this sanctuary sheriff was letting out illegals who were rapists, who were murderers, who were pedophiles. And the only way we made a difference is because somebody had the courage, had a backbone of steel to speak up. And we did it with voters like you in South Carolina. We got rid of her. And the only way we can do this is when voters turn out. Our task next year is greater than ever before. I'm also known to file a couple privileged motions in my career. Last year, after Donald Trump was shot, I filed a privileged motion to impeach Kim Cheadle, the head of the Secret Service, when he was shot. Someone had filed a motion to impeach her, but that wasn't good enough because it didn't force a vote. But we needed someone with a backbone of steel. We needed someone who would have the courage to force a vote. 12 hours after I forced the privileged motion, Kim Cheadle resigned. And if you need a reminder that I will not back down, let me give you the name of George Stephanopoulos. Anybody know who this little guy is? I went and did a show one time, and I went and I defended. I'm a rape survivor. I went and defended Donald Trump. And the guy spent 10 minutes trying to tear me apart. And every single time, I backed up Donald J. Trump. And our president won a $15 million defamation suit against George Stephanopoulos and ABC News because of that interview. Now, don't tell the president this. I haven't made the ask yet. I don't want a commission. I don't want any of it. Don't want that. You know what I want? I want a women's bathroom in the presidential library with my name on it. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. But I don't play when it comes to Donald J. Trump. I will defend him and you to the ends of the earth. I'm a survivor of rape. I'm a survivor of domestic abuse. Recently, I was diagnosed with PTSD last year, but I don't need pity. I need a microphone because I want to stand up for every woman and girl across the country. And we're up in this fight. We have this fight against a Democrat Party that can't define what a woman is and think men can get pregnant. That's what we're up against. I am never going to stop fighting for women and girls. And I want every woman and girl in the room today to know that in me, you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for each and every one of you. I don't care the cost. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Women, as you know, in the room, and the men here, because real men protect women. It's not just about us. Men protect us, and we thank you too. Women shouldn't be forced to share a locker room, a bathroom, or a shower, or a dormitory with mentally ill men. Tim McBride can wear all the skirts he wants, all the pastels he wants. He can even blend his foundation really well, but he's never going to be a real American woman. Absolutely not. And I've noticed the last couple of months I'm looking at maybe running for governor one day, and in South Carolina. And I was looking at some of our state-funded schools. This gender bender ideology is everywhere. In a state-funded school in South Carolina called Coastal Carolina, I found out the other day they were promoting cross-dressing on their website. I posted about it, and you know what they did? They took it down. University of South Carolina, I found the other day, had 13 genders on a dormitory application. I went and I took my phone, I took a little selfie video, I put it on TikTok and X. 48 hours later, the university took it down. I found out recently that Clemson University had 15 genders on a form on their website, and 2 of them were not male or female. I found out about it, took a little video with my phone, I posted it on TikTok and X, and wouldn't you know, 3 hours later, the form came down. We need our elected leaders to stand up for you, and we need them to shout it from the rooftops, and I will never back down, not ever. And so some women carry mace in their purse. I want you to know you have mace, you're carrying mace in Congress. So I will not back down. The left has tried to cancel us, they've tried to silence us, they've tried to scare us, but they can't scare the state of Wisconsin because you delivered Donald J. Trump as one of the 7 swing states last year. And because we serve a God who parts seas, we serve a God who shuts the mouths of lions, and we serve a God who raises up warriors in their darkest hour. He is on our side. When I introduced the Violence Against Women Act by illegal aliens last year, and this year again, 145 Democrats voted against it. This was a bill to deport those who are here illegally, who were rapists, murderers, and pedophiles. 145 Democrats voted against it. They said my bill demonized undocumented workers. I said the only thing my bill demonized was demons. And they have got to go. Has anyone heard of the SAVE Act? We got to require citizenship to vote. You know what Democrats did when that bill came to the floor for a vote? They voted against it because they want open borders and they want to steal our elections. And they're not just trying to rig it, they're trying to steal it the next election. They're trying to erase what it means to be an American. They're trying to erase what it means to be a woman, but we are not going to let them. Not today, not tomorrow, and not in Wisconsin. Not while we have air in our lungs and fire in our hearts. One citizen, one vote, one nation under God. And we've seen in the president's first few months, he has surrounded himself with warriors in his cabinet, warriors in his administration. While Joe Biden put pronouns in his bio, Donald Trump put patriots in charge. And we're seeing that now. And he's just getting started. He's not retreating. He's not apologizing. And he's not negotiating with woke. He's putting you first. You know why? Because Donald J. Trump is holding the line. The world is watching America today, and we must show them what we're made of. In Ecclesiastes 4:12, it talks about the binds of a rope. If you have a one-stranded rope, you're not going to win. You're going to lose that fight. 2 strands is better than 1. You can stand back to back and you can fight. But 3 strands of a rope is undefeated. And we have that three strands of the rope here in the Republican Party, here in Wisconsin today, with faith, with family, and freedom. That is our rope, and that is what's going to get us through. In Proverbs 27, it says, iron sharpens iron. I always want to thank the Citadel for being my iron. It trained me to fight and to push back and to be a strong woman, even when the left doesn't want to be. And so we're building back this nation with our heads bowed in prayer before God and on our feet before tyrants. So today I stand before you not just as a congresswoman, not just as a survivor, but as a daughter of the King. And I thank him so much for the opportunities and the chances he's given me to share that story with each and every one of you. I will never stop fighting for you. The America First Army is wide awake. I see that here in Wisconsin. So here's my message to the swamp. You can't cancel what God created. And you cannot silence a free American people. The line has been drawn. And each of us in this room today, we will hold it. And we're going to do it together. We will carry it. We will carry the line as God has carried us. So just as Trump quickly rose to his feet with a defiant fist in the air in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, America is quickly rising to hers today with him as president. We are courageous, we are resilient, we are united, and we are prepared to take on the challenges of this moment. And we are once again going to be the strongest, freest, greatest, most prosperous nation on earth. We are counting on you, Wisconsin, and you better deliver. I love you, God bless you, and thank you for having me today. God bless you, Wisconsin. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How about Nancy Mace, everybody? Woo! She's from talking to her for a few minutes backstage, and what she said today, that's clarity, people. That's message clarity. That isn't pastels. That isn't figuring out how to try to make everyone happy. That's talking to the people of Wausau and Waukesha and Wasaki and Green Bay and Eau Claire and saying, we're with you, they're not. That's why you're supposed to vote for us. Let's go do it. That's why Nancy Mace is as great as she is. So let me tell you, historically, in the 20th century, we had two governors that were known for people who changed the discussion in Wisconsin. One of them, whether we loved everything about him or not, was Fighting Bob La Follette, known nationally as a reformer. So he was on the front end of the 20th century. The one that we love was on the tail end of the 20th century into the 21st century. Wisconsin, when you look back on it now especially, or I think, ended up showing the way, not just for ourselves or communities in Wisconsin, but for the nation and for the world, because of Tommy G. Thompson. From all over the world, they came here to study what he was doing on school choice in Milwaukee. Not school choice for rich kids, because rich kids don't need school choice. Poor kids and people in neighborhoods stuck in bad school districts like MPS need school choice. And our next speaker provided it for them. Folks from all over the world came to Wisconsin to study welfare reform, a concept now that we've accepted, but remember back then? Terrible, awful, making people work for better, awful, terrible. But welfare reform didn't become the exception, it became the standard because of Tommy G. Thompson. Being for tax cuts became the standard around the country because of Tommy G. Thompson. This is a guy who some of you know, they used to call him Dr. No in the legislature. Anybody remember that? And Tommy G. Thompson, as a builder and as a reformer, showed Wisconsin and showed the United States of America, and in fact showed the world how to build and reform and take conservative ideas and show the world how they can work, and he did. Please welcome the longest serving governor in state history, Governor Tommy G. Thompson.
I love you. You better believe it. Isn't it great to be a Republican? Thank you, Brian. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the nice words. You've never said those before. I appreciate it. Thank you. State legislator?
Yes, absolutely.
Pat Snyder, I've campaigned up in your office, raised money for you, and you've never said thanks, but... I still, ladies and gentlemen, are going all over this state, campaigning for Republicans wherever I possibly can. The state legislature, the state senate, congressional offices, the executive offices, and the President of the United States. And I had a chance to talk to our great president, and I talked to him. And do you know, I said, Mr. President, we carried Wisconsin for you, and we put you over the bubble so you're the President of the United States. That's Wisconsin, and don't you ever forget it. And he told me, and I quote, I love Wisconsin. And I said, so do I, Mr. President. And he said, I want to come back to the state, and I want to say thank you to the Republicans, the people, and the institutions of this great state that we're all so proud of. And I said, Mr. President, you are always welcome, and we would love to have you anytime you can. And that's the kind of man he is. He does not forget. He called me up and asked me to be with him when he came to Wisconsin to campaign. And he said, Tommy, you've won 4 times. How can I win? And I said, here's what you have to do, Mr. President. You have to go to the 3rd Congressional District, and you have to go down there and talk because Republicans have ignored that area, and I always carried it big. I love that area. And he went to Prairie du Chien. Could not get enough people. I mean, he could not get big enough room to hold all the people. Then he said, what do I have to do? And I said, you have to come to Dane County. He said, Dane County, why? And I said, because there are a lot of Republicans there, and we needed to get out and vote for you, Mr. President. And he came to Wanakee. An overflow crowd. And all the way back to Milwaukee. I rode on his plane. And he was so darn mad because it wasn't big enough to get all the people in. They were standing out there from 5 o'clock in the morning. And I rode from the speech to his plane, and it was Donald Trump's signs from Wanakee on both sides of the road, ladies and gentlemen, back to the airport. I have never seen that in all the years of my campaigning, to see that kind of outpouring. Then he said, what do I have to do yet? I said, you have to go to Green Bay. And what did you think about the garbage truck? That garbage truck was the idea of Bill McCashin, my chief of staff. And it went up, and one day, it went all the way up to the president's, the campaign, back down, and we had to go and get a garbage truck. And we had to go to the Upper Peninsula to find a new one to get it there. And then he said, what else? And I said, you got to go to Milwaukee. He went to Milwaukee. How many people were there that night? Do you remember my speech? You've had 4 years, you're $1 short, and you are fired, Kamala. And he carried Wisconsin. And what has happened? I have never, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in politics a long time, like a lot of you. I have never seen the country respond so well, and the world so well, to President Donald J. Trump. What have we done? What did he say? We're going to close down the border. Oh, you can't do that. Congress has got to act. Get out of my way. Close down the border. Throwing out those individuals that are break down our law, rape some women, murder some children, steal, riot, bye-bye, go back home, not in the United States anymore. That's Donald Trump. He did what he said he was going to do, and everybody should be happy about it. And those poor Democrats. I've never seen a political party so screwed up. Oh, we've had our problems as Republicans. Don't think I can remember back when I ran for governor the first time. There were 7 candidates in the primary. And we were fighting amongst ourselves. And we kept losing. And I went all over the state, outworked everybody, and I won. And ever since that time, we've changed the direction in Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen. We brought in welfare reform, and if any of you were back there, remember when people used to get on the bus in Chicago, come to Milwaukee, pick up a welfare check, and go back home. The Wall Street Journal wrote about it. And then some business people from Wisconsin put an ad in the Wall Street Journal that said to businesses, don't come to Wisconsin. It's anti-business. And then Jim Thompson, the governor of Illinois, put up a sign coming into Wisconsin. Don't go to Wisconsin, come to Illinois. And I got elected. We cut taxes, we changed welfare, we passed educational freedom, and I put up a bigger sign than Jim Thompson. And I said, you're in Wisconsin, don't go back. And the reporters asked Jim Thompson, why did you get that sign saying, don't go back to Illinois? He said, I didn't do it. It's that crazy Thompson up in Wisconsin. And we created more jobs, more opportunities, and we built a Republican Party like it's never been built. And we took over both houses of the legislature, took over seats in the congressional seat, and I got elected 4 times. And ladies and gentlemen, Democrats are sitting on the stairs out in the Capitol wondering, did you see that? Wondering what they should do? Hoping people will come by and tell them what to do? They want to grow. Well, they did. Remember that? It was only a couple weeks ago. Growing beards and smoking cigarettes? Maybe. And talking about how they got to support the illegals. A U.S. senator goes down to El Salvador to see an illegal that's part of the MS syndicate. And yet in his home state, a woman got raped and murdered in front of her children, and he still hasn't talked to her. but he took the taxpayers' money and flew down to El Salvador. And if that's what the Democrat Party stands for, I want none of it. And I want the Republican Party to stand up and show the world how we can change and make the country a lot better. If you do not have the decency, thank you. If you do not have the decency, when the President of the United States is signing and giving a major speech, State of the Union, and introduce a young 8th grade boy who's just getting over cancer and wants his whole dream in life is to be a policeman, and the Democrats cannot even stand and applaud them. That party is lost, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why I am proud when I come out here to say it is great to be a Republican, ladies and gentlemen. And now, I took over from Tony Earl, my friend. I'm able to get along with people that want to do things, Democrats that want to accomplish something for the betterment of the state, the country. Took over and we changed the state. Democrat governor gets elected. And we have to have Scott Walker come back, a Republican, and pass Act 10 and change the direction back for the people of the state. We cut taxes as Republicans. We lower regulations. We give people hope. We give people opportunities. That's why I am a Republican, ladies and gentlemen, and damn proud of it, all the way. And now, they haven't been able to win back the Assembly and Senate. And the state senators are in here. I want to tell you, I keep hearing that you're afraid you're going to lose the state Senate in the next go-around. Don't even think that way. We are winners, not losers, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to campaign, we're going to unite, and we're going to take on the Senate, and we're going to win. I just get so tired of people saying, oh my God, oh my God, man. I love the fact that we have control of the Assembly and Senate. But I'm worried. And that's why I wanted so much to come up here. I'm worried about the fact that we lost the Supreme Court. I never thought, ladies and gentlemen, you elect judges to change laws. I thought they were elected to interpret the laws and give credence to what Congress and the state legislators say. But the Democrats have put people with their overpowering amount of money to get an election, so they now control the Supreme Court. And what did they do? They reapportioned the state this past election. Should it say any place that that's what they should do? No. Now they've got another election won. Now they're emboldened. Now what they want to do is they want to re-elect the congressional districts. and change the lines. That's not their job, ladies and gentlemen. That's the legislator's job. And it happens only after a decennial census, not now. But they want to change it so that they can possibly take out 1, 2, or 3 Republican congressmen so that they can stifle Donald Trump, and we cannot let them. We cannot let them. They want to then take and get rid of Act 10, Scott Walker's. They want to get rid of school choice, which I started and is now in 38 states in America. But we started in Wisconsin, giving poor people an opportunity to have a choice. And they want to change that. That's not their job, ladies and gentlemen. The Democrat Party has been taken over by the far left, and they have been taken over by the billionaires. Remember how they used to tell us, oh, the Republicans are party of the billionaires, the party of the rich. But we happen to be the party, ladies and gentlemen, of the union person, the manufacturer, the small business person, the teacher, the store clerk, the mother who sends her children to school. We are the Republicans that stand up for the individuals, not this group of rich people called billionaires from California and New York. We, ladies and gentlemen, are representing the common man and woman. And don't you forget it, the Republican Party has changed. We're not the party of the rich. We're the party of the little guy and the little woman. We're the individuals that believe so much in making this state the greatest it possibly can. And we want everybody to be part of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe in lower taxes and less regulations, you are a Republican. You should be in this seat, in this chambers today, and you're part of our organization. If you believe that boys and girls are different, and boys should not play in girls' sports, then you are a Republican. You should be in this room, this auditorium, and you should join our organization. If you believe in less regulations and more freedom, you are a Republican, and you belong in this auditorium today, and you belong to join our organization. And if you believe that we are all equal and we should not divide up by sexes, by races, and by creeds and religion, that we believe in the common person, then you're a Republican. And just like Republicans, we believe in meritocracy. We believe in hard work. We believe in entrepreneurs and small businessmen and women that will go out and start a business and make things happen. That's why we're Republicans, and that's why you and all those other individuals believe that way should be in this room and should be Republicans and should join our organization, and we should become the dominant party. And I believe so much. I've got 2 granddaughters. Well, I got 6 granddaughters. They're all athletes. One has got a scholarship, play college, Division I soccer. One's going to play basketball. And they're good, wonderful athletes and great people. And why should we allow young boys that aren't good enough to make it with the boys be able to go in girls' locker rooms and play against them. I don't think it is right, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't think you do either. That's why we're Republicans, and that's why we stand up. And I'll bet you every mother in here, I bet every mother in here likes to be called a mother. And not some inseminated person. If you want to be called an inseminated person, you're in the wrong crowd, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want you. Go bye-bye. We want individuals that want to be mothers and women. We love you, and we stand up for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'm sure you're happy. I used to always tell this story, but I have to do it again. Because it's about us being Republicans and being together. Herman was my best friend. He was a Republican just like you, true and true. And I heard he was not doing so well. So I was out campaigning for the state legislature, and he was always there. I went over to Marquette County, which I loved. I represented that. They always came in for me, strong. And I went to see Herman at his house. And I said, Herman, I hear you're sick. And he says, yeah. I said, how bad is it? He says, not good, Tommy. It's so bad. I went down last week and changed my registration from Republican to Democrat. And I says, Herman, how could you do that? You've always been a Republican your whole life. Why would you change now? And he says, looked at me with those big eyes, and he says, Tommy, if somebody has to go, better be one of them than one of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, may the road always rise to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. And may the sun shine warm upon your forehead and the rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. God love you. God love the Republicans. God love Donald Trump. God love the state of Wisconsin. And God love the United States of America.
I've been everywhere. I've been to Boston, Charleston, Dayton, Louisiana, Washington, Houston, Kingston, Texas, Ghana, Monterey, Faraday, Santa Fe, Tallapoosa, Glen Rock, Black Rock, Little Rock, Oskaloosa, Tennessee, Chicopee, Spirit Lake, Grand Lake, Devil's Lake, Crater Lake, Beach Lake. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts, bare man. I breathe the mountain air, man. I've traveled, I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Louisville, Nashville, Knoxville, Omaha, Chevrolet, Jacksonville.
Holy mackerel. I mean, to tell you the energy he has, he's so fun to listen to. You know, back when I was on the radio and I talked to Senator Jerry Petrusky, who's one of his closest friends, and he'd tell me some stories about the governor and some of the passion he had too. And he's right. I did have him come up and campaign for me in 2016. And we were talking. He was, asking me, so what do you think? And I said, well, things are going well. I think I can win. And he goes, think? You're going to win. You got to win. Okay. Now, how could I let that guy down? All right, let's continue on here after a couple of great speeches. It's now my pleasure to introduce you now and welcoming back to the stage our state treasurer, John Liber. John.
I'm back. Yes, I promise this is the last time. And I guess I drew the short straw because now I have to follow Governor Thompson's speech. All right, well, let's give it a shot, right? So actually, it's really great to be here speaking on my own behalf this time. And I want to talk to you about what we've been doing on a commission I've just been appointed to. Chairman Schimming appointed me to head a post-election review commission. And it's been really, I think, necessary, right? So let me give you a little background on what we want to do and why it is so important and kind of how you guys can help as well. So first of all, we're going to be looking at what exactly has been going on with our past couple elections, specifically the last spring election. Now, what's important is not that we start pointing fingers at people, right? That doesn't help anyone. What we're focused on, what I'm focused on, is how we can use that experience, learn from it, and figure out how to win in 2026. You guys do want to win in 26, right? Yeah. That is good to hear because that's what our goal is going to be. So we're going to be looking at a lot of information. And in fact, our committee's already started working on gathering data. We've begun holding meetings. And it's kind of a never-ending battle to, you never quite know when you have enough, but we have made a lot of progress in kind of focusing on which areas we want to look at, and that's going to be the bulk of what we look at. And let me tell you something. So I'm actually up for election next year, and I want to win. So I don't have any reason to try to smooth things over or sugarcoat anything. I want to identify what exactly we need to do, what we can do better, how we do it better, and identify the ways that we can all work together to accomplish our collective goal, which is, of course, winning. So to that end, I believe everyone has on their chairs, we have a handout with a way you can provide feedback to the commission because, again, it doesn't do much good if it's just a couple of us sitting around talking and discussing, which I think all of us have done that privately as well, right? We want to get feedback from all of you, and we're interviewing other people and talking to people who've been working on campaigns, working in politics for years on what we can do better. So I would really like to ask all of you to provide feedback, because if you do, I can promise you I will read it. I will go over it. I will look at how many people see the same problem and how we can fix that. Because again, I'm not interested in saying it's all that person's fault or it's all somebody's fault. I want to focus on solutions. I want to focus on our goals of winning. So if you have ideas, if you have suggestions, if you have just even identified an area we can work on, I really hope you kind of take some time, fill that out, and send that to us so that we can take a look at it and address that. Because that's the most important thing, that we all are on the same page when we start focusing on next election. And let me give you a little secret. I get a lot of people asking me, so John, how did you win in 22? How did you pull it off? And, well, it's a long story, but let me give you a little secret I kind of addressed. Every time I wanted to make a decision during my campaign, I kind of had to step back and think, does this help me win the election? Does this help me get another vote? Or does it just make me feel better? I can't tell you how many social media posts or press releases I wrote that, made me feel really good to really fight back. And I thought, does this really help? Does this persuade anybody to vote for me? Does this help me in any way? And a lot of the times it doesn't. Even though it make us feel good to push back on something or put something out there and attack the other side, it doesn't necessarily help us win an election. So we need to be focused on what helps winning elections, because that's really what matters. We can argue, we can discuss things all the time, but if it doesn't result in a win, well, there's no second place in an election. You either win or you don't. So if we're not focused on that top goal, that goal of winning, then it really is all for naught. So we have to be focused on what we need to do. Thank you. Yes. You can clap at that, yes. And I want to say, so I've asked some people have asked me, is this election review just kind of a, a press release or just, something to look like we're doing it? And I tell them, no, I'm taking this seriously, and so is everyone else on this commission. Because I wouldn't be doing this if it was a waste of time. I don't have that type of time to waste, really. I think it's going to be useful, and that's how I'm approaching it, and that's how everyone who's been working on this is. So it's a really good sign, I think, that we feel there's something we gain by looking at what we've done and providing recommendations. And I want to say, you've heard lots of speakers today talk about unity, how we need to get together. And I just want to be, I like to be the one up here to say, if somebody says we can't win, just tell them they're wrong, because we've done it before. You don't have to even look at my race, Senator Johnson's race. You can just look who's in the White House right now. We know we can win Wisconsin. We know we can win statewide elections. And the election in 26, we have the Supreme Court race, but we also have the November election. That may seem like a long time away. And in some respects it is, because we don't know what issues are going to be up. But we do know we can lay the groundwork now. And that's why we're here. We have to stay focused, because it's important to win the fights that matter. And it's important to recognize which fights really matter. And that's the fight that happens on Election Day. And in order to win that fight, we need to work together so that we can all together win that fight. So let me ask you this. Are you guys ready to win in 26? Yeah. And are you guys prepared to do what it takes to win? Yeah. Well, there's your answer. Great. So let's get to work, guys. We know what we need to do. We know we have to work together. And that's really the message here. We can do it. We know what we need to do. Let's do the hard part and actually make it happen. So thank you guys all again. And I promise it's the last time you'll see me up here today. All right? So thank you all again.
All right. Well, for you out there that didn't get enough of State Treasurer John Leiber, there will be CDs of the best of John Leiber to take with you on the way home so you can listen to. All right. Well, now we'll welcome Party Development Chair Kim Travis and district leaders to the stage to present the Beauvais Awards.
Thank you. My name is Kim Travis, and I'm chairman of the Party Development Committee. This committee is responsible for making the selection of awards to be presented here this afternoon and earlier at the lunch honoring the county parties. First, the Campbell Awards are presented to the members who volunteered 50 hours of time or more in 2024. Those names were submitted by your county chairman and are listed in your convention book. Your county chairmen have been given these awards in their meeting yesterday. Now the presentation of the Beauvais Awards. The Beauvais is presented to one individual in each congressional district. Each person is chosen by their district, and the district chairman collects letters of support from fellow members, legislators, and others. These nominees are forwarded to the RPW and Party Development Committee for approval. Each district chairman will be presenting the Beauvais Award to their winner. And I'll kick it off as I am first district chairman. I'm honored to stand before you today to enthusiastically, oh, Teresa, you want to come? Come on up. I'm honored to stand before you today to enthusiastically nominate Teresa Allen Hupka for the Allen E. Beauvais Award. Teresa is the embodiment of tireless dedication, principled leadership, and unwavering commitment to the party. Over the past decade, I've had the privilege of working alongside Teresa, and I can tell you her impact is immense. As former chair of the Republican Party of Rock County, Teresa has been a constant and powerful presence in grassroots efforts, from organizing events, walking in parades, distributing signs, to serving on committees. Teresa never hesitates to roll up her sleeves and get the job done. Her influence stretches far beyond Rock County. As election inspector in Clinton, she is a fierce advocate for election integrity and isn't afraid to speak the truth. She is a thoughtful advisor, a connector of people, and a relentless recruiter for our cause, bringing in new members, donors, and ideas to keep our movement strong. Please join me in honoring Teresa Allen Hopka for her extraordinary contributions by awarding her the Ellen E. Bove.
Hello, I'm Billy Johnson, Chairman of the 2nd Congressional District. It's my distinct honor and privilege to present the 2nd District's 2025 Bove Award to Faye Walliger. Now, she had done so much, her nominations are so long that I kind of have to give you a summary, otherwise I'll run over my 2 minutes. But start with science. I've never seen in Dane County the demand for science as I've seen for Trump science. Faye was in the middle of that. The county had enough money finally to rent a room for signs and order all the signs we needed. Literally thousands of field and yard signs went out. We had teams of people out in the field doing them. Faye would ration out signs at times. Tommy Thompson mentioned all the signs from Wanakee to the airport. Faye gave those out. She's behind all this stuff. She started a Saturday sign depot so you could drive up and get your Trump sign, or a Hovde sign too, but Trump was what 90% of people wanted. And I've lived in Dane County a long time. Well, too long actually, but that's another story. But I've never seen the demand that I've seen for Trump signs. In Stoughton, Wisconsin, a Democrat stronghold, I nearly got in an accident when I saw a Trump sign on Main Street. But before I got to my destination, I saw 3 or 4 more. So it was incredible. So Faye, thank you. Postcards. We had more volunteers last year than we've ever had. She has teams of people writing postcards. 15,000 postcards went out, best estimate. We had events in towns. You know, Donald Trump was in Dane County. Tulsi Gabbard was there 3 times. Robert Kennedy was supposed to be there twice, but Mr. Healthy was ill 1 time, so he only made it there once. We had a Lincoln Day dinner with Byron Daniels, congressman from Florida, who's now the front runner for governor of Florida. And again, Faye was behind all that stuff. And volunteers came in. We didn't charge for science, but made a suggested donation, and she raised thousands of dollars. And she also sold party memberships when they came in for a sign. As long as you're here, you can fill out the sign. So it was something to behold. And what was the results of all that? Dane County led the state in increased Trump votes from 2020 to 2024. Now, I know you're hearing that. Did I hear that right? Dane County? Yes, over 6,600 more votes in 2024. The second place county it's almost double the second place county. So it was just an incredible time. Donald Trump got more votes, the most votes in 20 years in Dane County, 85,454 votes. That was incredible in a hardcore leftist, media-driven market like that. And so without Faye, it wouldn't happen probably. She's in the center of all that. And the only thing, Faye, is we want you to do it again next year, if that's okay.
I don't know yet.
So here's the plaque. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon. I'm Hannah Teston, chair of the 3rd Congressional District Republican Party, and it is my honor, thank you. It is my honor to announce the 3rd District's Alvin E. Bove Award recipient, Scott Bolstad. Scott has been a godsend to the Republican Party of Eau Claire County and the 3rd District. His time working for Senator Ron Johnson has given him experience, contacts, and knowledge in local, state, and federal elections that have been invaluable to Republican organizations throughout the state. One of his many accomplishments was the development of Liberty Fest with crowd-drawing speakers, along with other large events, which resulted in an increase in the Republican Party of Eau Claire County's membership from 143 members when Scott assumed the chairmanship in January of 2020 to 417 members when he stepped down in March of 2024. His weekly emails kept members informed and gave such insight into political issues that a number of people joined the party just for these emails. Often when you'd call him, he'd be out knocking on doors, drumming up candidates for village, city, township, school board, and county positions. Scott's been dedicated to ensuring no liberal runs unopposed. No small feat in traditionally blue Eau Claire County. Not only did he recruit candidates, he helped them develop palm cards and a process of campaigning that leads to winning elections. He's got the technical expertise to analyze voting data, assisting candidates to optimize their campaign efforts. Over his tenure as county party chairman, conservatives on the county board increased from 2 to 10. As a result, with only 8 votes needed to block borrowing resolutions, over 2023 and 2024, Eau Claire County debt decreased by 32%, or $33 million, and $10 million in new borrowing requests were denied. Scott developed BadgerVote.com to provide a central source to promote conservative candidates for all local races within Eau Claire County. It has since expanded to all 72 counties, and the site continues to receive high traffic rates even in southeastern Wisconsin. Another passion project of Scott's was expanding the Republican poll worker, chief inspector, and observer workforce, spending countless hours emailing, calling, and knocking doors to build the ranks. Scott's a man of character who bends over backwards to assist people who get a bum rap. Not only was he there for emotional support, but also to give a bit of wise advice if asked. His many hours and miles driven in the development and implementation of Senator Johnson's Joseph Project also reflect his commitments to helping individuals and the underprivileged. Longtime party member Tom Mihailov calls Scott the very best volunteer local official he's ever observed. Congratulations to Scott Bolstad.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jenny Frederick, 5th District Chairman. And our 5th District Beauvais Award recipient, Helen Trudeau, has been a volunteer with the Republican Party. She's been a volunteer with the Republican Party since 2010, having gotten involved during the Walker recall. She has volunteered in many capacities, including parades, knocking on doors, managing event registrations, and organizing those events. Helen has been described as incredibly organized, dependable, and detail-oriented. She served as secretary of the county party for 10 years, while also serving as president of the Washington County Republican Women. Helen has contributed new ideas and risen to become one of the leaders of the county party. Representative Rick Gundrum said that she should be recognized for having inspired and motivated others to service. It's my honor to present the award to Helen, and I ask you to please join me in congratulating our 5th District Beauvais Award winner, Washington County's own Helen Trudeau.
Good afternoon. I'm Alan Ott, 6th District Chairman, and it's my honor today to present Ed Hudak as our Beauvais Award winner. Ed took over the party midterm when the party was in need and has guided it for the last 10 years, and it's been an impactful 10 years. In that time, we've won the state of Wisconsin twice, 2 Senate races, and flipped the county exec race to red in a pivotal race a few years back. They're one of the few parties in our district that has a full-time office that they've had to fundraise and maintain, and they've done that all under Ed's leadership. In addition to his work with the party directly as chairman, he also hosts the Under the Dome meeting for the better part of the last 10 years too, which has brought together conservative leaders from across the state and really been influential in the Neenah area. It's fair to say that Ed has left the party in better shape than he found it. It's larger, it's stronger, and it's more effective than it was. So I'd like you to join me in congratulating Ed Hudak as our Beauvais Award winner. Congratulations.
And our final award this afternoon is the Terry Kohler Award. The Terry Kohler Award is awarded to one person who has demonstrated a lifetime of commitment to the Republican Party and its cause. I will be presenting this award. It is my extraordinary honor to present this year's Terry Kohler Award to Pamela Mundling of Kenosha. Pam is a U.S. Navy veteran retiring after 21 years as a hospital corpsman and was named the 2020 Kenosha Hometown Hero. Her service to our country is matched only by her decades-long dedication to the Republican Party, locally, statewide, and nationally. She has served as secretary and now member at large for the Republican Party of Kenosha County. She is an active member of the 1st Congressional District Board and currently serves as our pro-life representative. Pam has also served on the Platform and Resolution State Committees. Pam's involvement is tireless. She walks in parades, organizes gun show booths, staffs the Victory Center, and recruits and trains new volunteers. Whether it's knocking on doors, making phone calls, or building parade floats, Pam always leads by example. She embodies the conservative values we stand for: faith, service, respect, and personal responsibility. She does this all with humility and a welcoming spirit and a great sense of humor. Pam is the kind of grassroots leader this award was made to honor. She is the roots of our movement, and we are stronger because of her dedication. It is my privilege to present the Pam Mundling the Terry Kohler Award. Unfortunately, Pam is not here this weekend, so I will present this to her back in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and all our award winners. Again, congratulations. So let's move on now as we're coming down to the final turn. Next, I would like to welcome Chairman Schimming back up to the podium.
First of all, I want to thank all of our great speakers. God, Tommy Thompson found the candy bar in the car, didn't he? Woo! That was, but that's why he's great, right? That's why he's great, because he brings it every time. Now, before I spend a few minutes with you, so we think about new people at convention as being kids or college Republicans or young Republicans, but we have two people right here who told me, I want you to stand up, their first state Republican convention. Stand up and, from Marathon County, by the way. And so thanks, Jack, and everybody from Marathon County for hosting us here today. Now, I'm going to do something that I used to do at the Trump rallies. How many of you, by the way, ever got to a Trump rally? Got to? Phenomenal, right? It was phenomenal. So I'd always stay at the start. So what would happen is, you know, they'd send us warm-up acts out, right? And then the president would show up, what, half hour, an hour later, or something like that. And what I would do every time at these Trump rallies is what I'm going to do right now. And that is, I want everybody in this room to stand up and introduce yourself to someone around you, at least one person around you that you don't know. stand up and do it right now. So there's a reason I asked you to do this, people. So people, there's a reason that I asked you to do that. And I did it sometimes with 10, 15, 20,000 people at a Trump rally. And that was this. Actually, two reasons. And they were this. Number one, we're not going to win elections in this state with only people we know. We have to go out as Republicans and meet those neighbors, those people in our neighborhoods, those people we work with, the people we know from all or don't know from all parts of our lives. That's how we win. We aren't going to win just talking to each other when we know each other. We have to go out and get it. And that means we have to talk to people we don't know and bring them over. So that's number one reason. And the number two reason is this, and it's a reminder. We're in this together. We only win if we are in this together. And this isn't meant as just a throwaway unity comment. Here's how I mean that. If we we all probably agree on 98% of stuff here in the room. But there's people out there who don't agree with us on 98%. But you know what? I'm fine with that. That door is open for a reason. And if we can't get people to walk through that door, we are not going to win in the future. It's how Donald Trump won last November, is to bring people who never thought of themselves as Republicans, but do think of themselves as Trump voters. And it's our job to bring them over. If it was about agreeing on every word of every sentence, of every paragraph, of every page, we wouldn't have a Declaration of Independence right now. And I want you to remember that. There are 5.8 million people in this state. 500 of them are in this room right now. Not quite enough to win. Okay? I mean, Ron Johnson and Tony Evers got 70,000 of the same voters. You talk about staying up late at night wondering about that. I don't know who stayed up later, Tony or Ron Johnson, thinking that 70,000 people of the same people voted for them. But in that came a lesson. Everyone remember where they were in November on election night. Everyone remember? It will go down probably as one of the greatest nights for all of us. We're in the war room in Milwaukee. And it's right there, right? Remember that night? We're at like 264 or 266 electoral votes. I'm standing in the war room with the staff, and we're thinking Alaska's going to come in first. Republican Alaska, right? We're thinking that's going to come in first, and I keep saying to myself, I'm like, God, please don't let that happen. It's got to be, but I really didn't. All of a sudden, Decision Desk comes up and says that Wisconsin just flipped for Donald Trump, and he had achieved the 270 electoral votes. It happened here. So I looked at a couple of data guys. I said, do you agree with that? You know, what we just heard on television? And I asked them individually, because I didn't want them to lie to me as a group, okay? So I asked them individually, do you agree with what we just saw? Boom, 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 all three agreed. I said, let's go. Called on to Mar-a-Lago, tell them what's about to happen. We're on the way out to the stage. Glenn Grothman was with us. I was on stage. Ron Johnson sitting just inside the room that we were at in Pewaukee. And I said, we're heading to the stage. We won. And he said, are you sure? And I was like, I think so. Not something you want to say to Ron Johnson. But we won because you won. In 72 counties of this state, Donald Trump is in the White House, people. Now, we accomplished a lot together in the last couple of years. Record election integrity. By the way, how many of you became poll workers or poll watchers? Look at that, people. Look at that. We recruited 5,800 of you together across this state to secure elections. Now, that's a big number, all right? And we're never satisfied with that, because now our new goal is 7,500. And we have to recruit them, as many of you know, by this November for next year's election. Have to do it the year before. So that's why we had one of the biggest election integrity, secure the vote operations in the country here in Wisconsin because of you. We researched full-time for the Trump campaign. We had active communications efforts, as all of you did, in your areas as well. And I should mention that we were the first state in the country as a state Republican Party to endorse early vote. Now, that, let's just say, wasn't universally popular. I spoke in many dozens of your counties about that issue. And a lot of reticence about early vote. And me too, right? How many of you usually vote in your, used to like voting in person on election day? How many of you? Me too. But I told the president after the rally in Juneau, and we all know the president, not the biggest early vote guy, right? Let's be honest with each other. So I warmed up the rally in Juneau, and the president was motorcading out in Madison, or from Madison, because believe it or not, you can't land Trump Force One at the Juneau airport, okay? Without ending up like in Mace by the time you're done. So I'm in the car, the president's on stage, and he called, so I didn't get to see him face to face. So he calls in the car. I'm listening, to be honest, I'm listening to the Packer game. And second half of the Packer game, he calls and said, Brian, tell me about early vote. And although it was Mike, Brian, tell me about early vote. And so we talked about it, and I said, Mr. President, I said, I love voting on Election Day. And I do. I do. I love going to the firehouse, seeing the folks, seeing the clerks, voting there, talking to folks I only see a couple times a year. And I said, but Mr. President, you know what I like more than going to the firehouse on Election Day and voting? I love winning. I love winning. And so as a result, and you saw the hands here, as a result of that early vote campaign, Donald Trump won Wisconsin because we got Republicans out to vote early like we never had before. I also want to take note of a couple of things. How many of you in local office or ran in the last couple of years? School board, town board, village, any of that? Look at that. In fact, stand up. I want to see you people. Look at this, people. So I mention this because it's a Republican success in this state. Our farm team program in this state to recruit, to train, to help finance, and help people get elected to local office, including the mayor of Wausau, Wisconsin, who beat a Democrat incumbent. And that's what Ron Johnson calls trickle-up campaigns. We won the assembly when I was director of the campaign operation because we had 3 local officials, amongst others, from Dane County. We had 3 Republicans, and we took over the assembly on the strength of local officials. And some of these people in this room are going to be in the legislature someday because all of your work in getting them elected locally, it's not an accident that it happens. It happens because we all decide that it's worth it happening, and we're going to make it happen. So we can, you think short term, right, and all the things that we have to get done, but we also have to think long term. It's why usually in the off year, I'm just going to be candid, usually in the off year, this past year, we reopened our office on the north side, African American neighborhood on the north side. We opened a new office in the Hispanic neighborhoods down on Lincoln Avenue in Milwaukee. Where's Milwaukee? So the easiest thing for us to do after an election is to shut those things down. But I got news for you. It doesn't matter if it's in a Hispanic neighborhood in Milwaukee or an African American neighborhood up on the north side of Milwaukee. You run a campaign, you close up shop for 2 years, and come back a year and a half later and expect people to believe you. It doesn't happen, which is why those 2 offices are staying open, hell or high water. About 20 years ago, 25 years ago now, how many CRs or YRs are in this room? Let me see some hands. I know there were some right over here, right over there. About 20 years ago, I was having lunch with Newt Gingrich in Denver, and he told me a number that I've never forgotten. And I mentioned this to him during National Convention. And he said, Brian, he said, 70% of people who make a partisan identification, think about this number, 70% of people who make a partisan ID by age 25 keep it for the rest of their lives. 70%. That's why if it's for youth groups or the YRs or the CRs or whatever, Those people are out there for us to get. Remember, the left was saying, oh, Donald Trump can't carry younger voters and Gen X and all that kind of stuff. Donald Trump kicked their ass with those people, and as a result, he and J.D. Vance are in the White House, and Joe Biden's sitting out on the beach. So we have to do what it takes, sometimes with groups we haven't worked with before, sometimes with folks that we haven't spent enough time with, sometimes with coalitions we're not. That's why I appointed not just younger members, but also a new Hispanic member of the state executive board. And I think some of you know who he is, former Milwaukee Police Chief Al Morales. I close on this, people. So much elation in November, and let's be honest, so much frustration in April. We have to be honest about it. But I also believe, because of experience, and I've been through this in spite of my youthful good looks. That is something to laugh at. I've been to this rodeo a lot of times. I've had a lot of wins, and I have had some losses that keep me up at night to this day. But if we're going to focus and move forward, which is what we're here to do, on winning next year, that's why within hours I appointed this new review group to look at what happened in the election. Not to sit and go, oh, we have to be incremental about it, not to do any of that, but to take and you can ask John this, because I told him, you have no borders, you have no whatever on this thing. You guys need to do what it takes. And that is to say, we got to listen, we got to learn, we got to change if we have to change, but we're gonna do in this Republican Party of Wisconsin what it takes to win. That's what we're here to do. And as Ron Johnson said, and you know, this is the way Ron is, right? Ron Johnson doesn't sit up at night thinking about what fundraising letter he's going to send out the next day. Ron Johnson doesn't sit up at night at some campaign gimmick he's going to use next time. Ron Johnson sits up at night wondering if this country is going to be free. And we should be doing the same. Doesn't mean we agree on everything. Doesn't mean we shouldn't change tactics or strategies. But it means we got to look forward and go. We're going to work together. We're going to listen. We're going to lead. And we're going to do what it takes to win. We won the country last November and saved America. Next year, we can save Wisconsin. Let's go do it, people.
All right, now we're getting to the possible meat and potatoes. I will say this, Chairman Schimming has asked me to announce that Bill Feehan, our vice chairman of the state party, has been nominated to be vice chair of this convention, and he will conduct the business of the resolution committee. So this time, you know, two things happened to me within the last month that I think that I would be alive to see. One, an American Pope. My mom always thought that I'd be the first, but by the time I hit my teen years, that train left the station. And the second was to be a chair of a state convention. So I just want to thank you for your hospitality and your stay here in Wausau. Thank you for your support and also your support of the Republican Party. Bill?
Hello, fellow Republicans. You know, when I first got elected to be vice chairman in La Crosse County, the current chairman suddenly disappeared at the state convention, and I was left to preside over our delegation. And so I kind of feel like that's what's going on here. You know, I'm being thrust into the spotlight here, and maybe this is a learning opportunity for me. You know, all across the state at our county caucuses and district caucuses, the resolutions process began, and those resolutions were debated at the county level, then debated at the district level, and then sent on to the state level. And our chairman for the State Resolutions Committee, also our chairman in the 3rd District, has done a job that, frankly, I don't ever want. But please welcome the chairman of the State Resolutions Committee, Steve Rannis, to present the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Resolutions Committee met Wisconsin Dells May 3rd. We called our meeting to order at 10:05 a.m. Our committee consisted of 15 members from across the state, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize those members of the committee. Can they stand, please? Can you give them a round of applause? The group was passionate about the resolutions, and we went to work on our packet containing over 100 resolutions, grouped by category and submitted by the district caucuses. I charged the group with choosing resolutions that were concise and to the point. I have consistently urged my county, my district, and now at the state level that resolutions should be no more than half a page with a single resolve statement. This allows the reader to focus on the main point and why the resolution was written and its value. We had lively discussions that agreed on 26 resolutions that you see here listed in your packet. Each of these resolutions has been approved by a county, submitted and approved by a district caucus, and now submitted and approved by the Resolutions Committee. I suggest to the Rules Committee that they consider amending the rules next year to allow an up and down vote on all resolutions. We completed our Resolutions Committee work and adjourned our meeting at 2:24 p.m. This is the conclusion of my report, and with that, I move adoption of the report and the resolutions as written. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, I'll step back.
What's that? Okay, there's been a point of order raised. What is the rule that has been broken? Does somebody, who raised the point of order? Well, that is not within the rules that were adopted at the beginning of our convention. So the motion has been made for an up or down vote on the package of resolutions, which started at the county level, went to the district level, and have now been debated at the state level. And so those resolutions, I would ask that we respect the work of all those people at every step of the way. And yes. And so there is a vote on approving the resolutions en masse. The gentleman did not say what rule has been broken. And so if you are in favor of adopting the resolutions en masse, by the same guy? Making a motion for what happens next year is not in order. That is governed by the Rules Committee. So I ask all in favor of approving the resolutions en masse, please stand. Is there another point of order in the back of the room? What is the rule that has been broken for the point of order?
Mr. Chairman, Jackson County Chair, recognizing myself. Point of order is there was an ample opportunity to amend the motion, and it is my intent to make a motion for division to segregate resolution number 20 for separate debate.
So Bill, let's talk. So he has moved us to the situation. Your rules do not allow that they will be all absolutely. So wait, let me
This motion.
No. How about let me tell you what the rules are, okay? I know. So basically, we just asked that we consider not consent. Individuals remove items. The demand of a single member will list the ones that they want to remove. They'll step to the microphone. All they give us is the name and maybe the title. So we can put the list up here, I'll help you with that. And then
I got it. Okay. The chairman from Jackson County, Bill Laurent, which resolution do you want to separate out?
State the microphone.
Microphone 3, please.
It was number 20, repeal state mandates for county committees found in Wisconsin Statute 8.17.
That will be separated out for debate.
Mr. Chairman?
Also on microphone 3.
Chris Slinker, Vice Chair, Waukesha County. I would also like to make an additional amendment separating resolution number 3 as a resolution.
Resolution number 3. Are there other resolutions that people would like to separate out? Any other? Microphone 3.
If we could separate out resolution number 8, please.
8. So 3, 8, and 20. Are there any other resolutions that should be separated out? Microphone 3 again.
Resolution number 9.
Okay, resolution number 9. How about microphone 1? I see somebody standing at microphone 1.
Chairman, Chippewa County would like to separate out resolution 11.
11?
11.
11.
Also make sure that the county chairman is recognizing the member.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think this is microphone 1 over here. Is this the county chairman? Can we turn on microphone under the Wapaka sign? Is that microphone? There is no microphone there. Are you trying to be recognized? No? Okay. Is anybody, okay, microphone 1 over here. We do have somebody in microphone 1. Go ahead.
Hi, Mike Bubb, Chairman from Taylor County. We'd like to debate resolution number 6 about same-day voting, same-day registration.
Same-day okay, number 6. Okay, microphone 2.
Pam Van Handel, Chair of Outagamie County. We'd like to discuss number 5, resolution number 5.
Resolution number 5. I see there's someone else also at microphone 2 behind you. Is that, you're the same? Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to separate out a resolution for debate? Seeing none, can I make the motion to approve the ones that have not been opposed?
So seeing none, the remaining rules, or the remaining resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted.
Seeing no opposition to the remaining resolutions on the consent calendar, those resolutions are adopted. And we will commence debate of the resolutions that have been separated out.
Number 3 is the first one, and I will remind you that under your rules, your resolutions, yeah, he can, and he just has to, so you go read them all as they come forward.
Yeah, that's what you need me to do, otherwise I can point them to what they are in the book.
Let's do that. Some of these are long.
Yes, they're very long.
So let's just
We'll
point
just go
them
down
to
the
them
order.
in the book. Yes, I've got 3,
20.
5.
Oh,
I've
you
got them
changed the order.
in numerical order. 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 20.
3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, 20.
That's the 3, so is he going to take over here and read the resolution?
He absolutely can, if you would like for him to.
Okay, I'm going to return the resolutions process to Chairman Steve Rannis, and we will begin the process of reviewing the resolutions that were separated out.
You'll need to make sure you're aware of that. They can debate them.
Correct. All right, so we have been asked to debate the resolutions that we've discussed are resolutions 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, and 20. We will do them in numerical order. Be aware, we cannot modify them in any way. We are having a discussion of them, and then there will be an up or down vote on them. There will not be modifications of them. So we'll go to resolution number 3. This is 2025-03 RPW Conflict of Interest and Ethical Conduct Policy. Discussion. Chair recognizes Mike 1. What is your chair?
Laura.
Mike 1.
Mike 1.
I'm waiting for my chair to recognize me.
Washington County Chair recognizes Bill Brewer.
Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend a down vote, specifically because the wording is too vague. Even more specifically, page 79, line 4, and also with the phrase competing organizations, and line 11, conflicts of interest. Both those phrases are used multiple times in the resolution, and that vague verbiage doesn't define well enough what we mean by that. And I think we have to have much more specific verbiage before we create such an expansive resolution that can encompass a lot of different organizations, sort of at the whim of the folks in charge. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go back and forth with someone speaking against and someone speaking for. Mike 2, speaking for.
I don't think you're going to get that. Just go to
Mike 2.
Speaking against.
Speaking against. Is there someone speaking for? Mike 4, go ahead. Point of order. Mike 3, point of order.
Is this thing on? All right. Hilario De Leon, Chairman of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County. First of all, we just need to stop all of this right now because according to Rule 10, Convention Resolutions, Floor Resolutions, and Floor Amendments, Section E, 33, amendments to resolutions shall not be entertained and any proposed amendments will be ruled out of order. So therefore, on that note, I make a motion to suspend the rules in order for us to move forward and to discuss these different resolutions that have been pulled out of the package and debate and vote on those issues.
The ruling from the chair is that that motion is out of order. These resolutions were submitted. These are not submitted from the floor. They're submitted from the committee. So, is there anyone speaking for number 4? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, we did add from another resolution to make it less vague. And the problem here is you can be very vague, you can be very specific, but we don't want this to be litigious. We just want to get to the heart of the matter is we want to know which servant you are serving. I mean, which master you are serving. Well, do I get recognized by you? Well, are you recognizing me, Hilario?
No.
I'm asking for permission to be recognized.
No, not at this time.
Thank you.
Mike 4 is completing his discussion. Mike 4.
Yes. Thank you. Ready? Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did try to be specific, but not overly specific, because we want to capture the general gist of this, which is, which master are you going to serve? Are you going to be a grassroots volunteer for the Republican Party of Wisconsin? Or are you going to serve a different master that could be a corporate identity, could be a different party? We do not know in which form that other group will come in, but we do not want to dissipate our involvement as grassroots people in the Republican Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 2.
Brown County.
Brown County.
Line 18 and 21 refer to members of RPSCC. This is appears to include language carried over from a county level version, specifically a reference to possibly St. Croix. While I don't believe this was intentional or meant to cause harm, it's not appropriate to include county-specific references in a state party resolution unless the county is central to the resolution's purpose. So this resolution is not amendable, so I'd urge you to vote no due to the improper language and referencing here, which is confusing and
Thank
improper.
you. Mike 3.
Hilario De Leon, Chairman of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County. Fellow delegates, fellow Republicans, and fellow grassroots activists, I am encouraging you to vote no on this resolution. The reason being is that, you know, it says conflict of interest. This is targeting individual groups. At the end of the day, we saw the amount of grassroots organizations and party members all talking to one another right here at this state party convention, focusing on 2026. That is the mission. If there's going to be a standard for one group of people, then there needs to be a standard for all people, including the people at the RPW Executive Board who work for consulting firms in this election cycle. We are one party, and we are obviously in the grassroots movement, moving forward to win elections up and down the ballot. So my fellow delegates, this fighting has to stop right here, right now, and we're going to start saying the quiet part out loud. End it here, kill this resolution right here, right now, and let's move, as our state motto says, forward!
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mike 2.
Chairman from Waupaca County recognizes Martin McClone.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
I'm reminded to ask you to state whether you're for or against it at the beginning of your words.
I am rising against this resolution.
Go ahead, Mike 2.
I am the 8th District Resolutions Chair. I participated in the hearings and discussion on this. I was opposed to it at this time, and I wish to inform all the delegates here of my continuing opposition to this resolution due to vague language. The it was already alluded to that it talks about conflicts of interest. I noticed that there's references in here on line 12 concerning the financial ties that the state level of the executive committee has, and they're afraid of competition in it or conflicting interest. The definition of what constitutes conflicting interest is wide open. It could be anybody. It could be young people participating with college activists, anybody. It's entirely vague. It's open to misinterpretation in a lot of ways. And also, it does not talk about what, it's only talking about at the state level. They removed all the stuff talking about what happens at your lower down level, at the county level of resolutions, and also at the district level. Therefore, I continue to be opposed to this resolution in toto, and I think it should be taken up at a separate time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that is interested in speaking for this motion? Anyone else interested in speaking for? You want to get to a mic? The chair recognizes mic 4.
Yes, hi, I'm Barbara Griffin, Kenosha County Vice Chair. I call the question, please.
Okay. So is there anyone else that is interested in speaking for this motion? I'm hearing none. Do you just want to vote?
She moved to call the question. So that doesn't mean that the question is called. That means that you have to ask if there are seconds and then take a vote on shall we move to a vote. Or ask if there's any objection to moving to a vote.
All right. The question has been called. Is there any objection to? Okay. You need to come to a microphone. Chair recognizes mic 2. The question has been called, but since there is discussion as to whether or not the question, I need to get seconds on it to get approval on it, we're going to let mic 2.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order. According.
I don't care. That's fine. Do you want to do it?
I can. And I'll have to ask as many questions. So that's, but if you I'm happy to stand here.
Either way, I can do either way. Actually, the question's been called, so we're at the point. That's what we were asking for, and he's standing up to second.
Chairman, point of order. Just a clarification. Are votes taken today to be apportioned by the strength of the county delegations per Rule 1, or is this just a majority vote of the members seated? It appears by Rule 1 that votes are supposed to be apportioned by county strength.
They certainly can be. The Rule 1 also allows you to do votes by roll call and by rising. And if someone asks for a roll call vote, then we will take a roll call.
We have consistently done standing or.
It will also take a second from two different congressional districts.
So to answer that question, we have consistently done voice and or standing votes, but we can go to a written.
Not a written, just a
Stated percentage vote per county.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a second on that. I need another second from another congressional district. On what? To call the question. To call the question to end discussion. Second from all right. So we have call the question. It has been seconded by 2 counties. No, there's no more discussion. Correct. We're going to do a vote on that, calling the question and closing discussion. If you are in favor of closing discussion, please stand. I consider that a majority. If you are, I need you to go ahead and sit. If you are opposed to calling the question and continuing discussion, please stand. So I definitely, yes, the question has been called. Please be seated. We are taking a vote on resolution number 3. All those in favor, as it is currently written, resolution number 3, please stand. This is simple majority. So go ahead and sit down, please. All those against resolution number 3, please stand. And that's failed. The resolution has failed. All right.
You want to keep going?
I'm
happy.
personally, I would like to, if you want me
Okay.
to, if the county, the state wants me to.
I am here at your service, sir.
Thank you. You're
If you would
terrific.
like to go ahead.
All right, we're moving on to resolution number 5. Resolution number 5, 2020-505, support for clean and accurate voter lists. Discussion. Chair recognizes Mike 2. Are you speaking for or against?
I'm the chair from Outagamie County recognizing Ed Perkins.
I am speaking for this motion, and I want to add a few comments. In the recent April 25th election, I think it's of significance as we look at the title of this election to think about what happened when we had a referendum dealing with a voter integrity issue calling for only citizens to vote. In spite of that resolution passing by, I believe it was over 250,000 votes, at the same time you had a candidate, Judge Schimmel, who clearly was identified, generally speaking, in the public as a voter integrity candidate. He fails in that election. To me, that is suggesting voter integrity problems. I'm going to say there are other references I could make. I'm going to take a second. Taylor County is here. I spoke with some of the people from that county. They identified, I believe it was roughly 2,500 households in that election. And they noted that there was something in excess of 10,000 votes coming out of 2,500 what looked to be single-family homes. So the point I'm going to make here is this. They further went door to door to verify, my name is Perkins. They would come to my household in that district, are you Edward Perkins, and did you vote? To verify whether that individual on the voting rolls was voting. And what they found was I'm going to have to use a percentage roughly statement. Based on the conversation, probably 95% of the people they contacted did not live at that address. Why am I saying this to all of you?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay.
I am reminded to have you adjust the screens, that there's a timer on the screens. We have 7 minutes and 57 seconds left of discussion on this resolution. Someone speaking against this resolution? Mike 3, is there someone speaking against the resolution? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of resolution number 5, signify or stand up. Thank you. Be seated. All those against resolution number 5, please stand up. The resolution is passed. We're moving on to resolution number 6. No same-day voter registration. There's 10 minutes of discussion. Mic number 1.
Hello, I'm from Taylor County, and I'm the chairman, so I can recognize myself. Anyhow, I think you should do this. Same-day registration requires voter ID. Most of the issues come from drop boxes or absentee ballots or stuff. In Taylor County, in which, as Mr. Tiffany told you, we vote heavy Republican, we had 1,200 same-day voter registrations for Donald Trump that day. Same-day registration is very secure. You need a photo ID with you to vote that day. It's not like you can go online. It's not like you can use a false address. So I would say we want to keep this, because if you have voters who want to vote and they forgot to register, you just stop them from voting.
Thank you. Someone speaking against this resolution?
How much time is remaining on yes, which is right on your screen.
Okay. All right. Chair recognizes mic number 3.
Does this work? La Crosse County would like to recognize Shannon McKinney.
Hi, thank you for taking my counsel. I am a poll worker. I've been working the polls for about 4 years. And the registration table, just so everybody knows, yeah, they're required to show their ID, but that is also, that's another way, another opportunity where there's a lot of areas of gray area that people can get through who are not, actually shouldn't be being registered. I'm the one Republican in my district that I serve in, and if I can't be at that registration table, I often wonder who's getting through. Who's not supposed to be. I'm also in a college district, so a lot of young college kids come through. So I also wanted to. So that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Against? Someone speaking against?
Roger Lipsky, Juneau County.
Mike 1. Go ahead.
Mike Bub, Chairman from Taylor County. Alex Immel wants to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, I am fully opposed against this because as a man who works at a factory for 12 hours a day, and especially when election time comes around or the day comes to vote, basically I was able to vote for Donald Trump and I was able to vote for other Republican nominees because I was able to show my ID and also a letter showing that I live in the new residence, because during that year I actually moved out and moved to a new residency. So basically, if you propose this and it becomes official, basically that means you would deny anybody that just recently moved either to our state or to another county the right to actually vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for this amendment? The resolution, excuse me. Mic number 3.
Roger Lipsky, Juneau County, Chairman, recognizing Ken Van Doren.
Thank you.
Hi. A few years ago, I was in the Milwaukee area, spent some time in Greenfield, and then the powers that be said, hey, go downtown near the student district, right in downtown Milwaukee. The two districts, the two precincts had essentially the same number of votes. And at 7:30, the hall going into the downtown thing was just plumb full of people. There were people lined up outside waiting to vote. And why? Because there were a countless number of people that were registering same day. This is a lot of stress on the poll workers that's absolutely unnecessary. There are so many times and opportunities in the course of 2 years. If you're not registered this year, register to vote in 2026 now. You don't have to wait until the last darn minute and overwhelm the poll workers and have the great opportunity to have people that are really ineligible to be able to vote that day.
Thank you. Mic number 2. Speaking for or against?
I'm for it. So my name is Samuel Krieg. I'm acting chair of the Ozaki GOP. I'm personally against this, but one of my delegates would like to speak for it, and I do not want to stifle her. So.
Thanks, I think. I am for this. I do not believe that we should have same-day registration. I'm a chief election inspector, okay, at a polling place. I have seen many times and heard many times people that should not be voting, that are giving us false information, we catch them, but not until the next day after the vote's already been cast. There was a person that wasn't even a U.S. citizen, okay, who came to my polling place and had a driver's license, and they looked virtually identical to everyone else's driver's licenses. This person checked all the boxes. She said she was a U.S. citizen. She said all that she's over 18, that she could do that. This ended up going to the assembly, and this was this was my polling place. I had to let her vote. She was registered that day. And it turned out the next day we found out she ended up arrested and all of that. I mean, this happens. If she had registered just a couple days before that, like the previous Friday, she never would have cast her vote, and she never would have been allowed to vote and then have it. We can't undo it once they vote. There's no reason why people have to come in that very day. If they have the time to come another day, they could go any other day and do that, and then go in and vote that day. They don't have to register that day. We catch too many people, okay? It does happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm reminded that those speaking for have 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. Speaking against, mic 1.
Laura Jones, Washington County Chair, recognizes Randy Marquardt.
916.
Thank you. I'm also a Chief Election Inspector, and I want to inform the delegation that the alternatives to this are worse than the cure. So as much as you don't like same-day registration, if we were to get rid of it, we would be subject to have a federal law that would put this into motor voter, which means the DMV would be in charge of who's on your poll list, and that is much, much worse than same-day registration. Thank you.
Thank you. They have 6 minutes and 26 seconds left. Those people speaking for? Anybody else speaking for? Mic 2.
Brown County recognizes Terry Sipes.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Sipes. I'm from Green Bay, and I'm a chief inspector of an inner city ward. We see the fraud all the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. People are coming in that day with a proof of residence. I'm not arguing about the voter ID part of this, the proof of residence. The Wisconsin law has all these vague places that you get your proof of address from. Somebody can get a bill sent to address XYZ, and they don't live there, but they can go vote there because that address gives them a right to vote in that place for some important race that needs to be moved or flipped. There's no way to verify that vote goes in, the tabulator is counted, and they don't know for weeks later. And you can't pull that vote back. You can't say that person voted this way and pull that vote back. Same-day registration is horrible, so I support this amendment.
Those people in for have 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Against? Against, mic 3.
Sheboygan County Chair recognizes Isabel Rivera.
Hi, I'm against this bill, just for the fact, I do agree that U.S. citizens should be the only ones who should be allowed to vote in our elections. But the reason why I'm voting against it is because it's not an ID that they should be presented, it's a real ID. I want everyone to look at what are the requirements to get a license in Wisconsin versus a real ID. A real ID, you need minimum 2 forms of ID. That's the only way we can guarantee that that person is a real citizen and not someone who just went to the DMV and got a license and went to vote. And this is why I'm voting against it, because it needs to be revised. They need to be more detailed. And I don't think we should be allowing for anything the regular licenses anymore. We should be moving forward to real ID, and that was put in place for a reason. Thank you.
Against is 816. Anybody else speaking for this? Mic number 4.
Brandon Malley, Chair of the Republican Party of Dane County. Fundamentally, what is the purpose of the Republican Party? It is to win elections, correct? The Democrats would make no hesitation about promoting rules and legislation that would allow them to have an upper hand in elections. In this case, I think this is something that disenfranchises the Republican Party. 23 states in the District of Columbia have same-day voter registration, and the common theme among those states is that they're overwhelmingly Democrat. Two more interesting perspectives that we can actually add to this conversation would be, if we closed off same-day voter registration, this would force our collective Republican apparatus to engage in more meaningful voter registration efforts, more voter registration, and when you go out and you talk to voters and you're the one getting them registered, they are more likely to go out and support your candidates if you engage them in that process. And another thing is that if you look at where the votes are coming from, who uses same-day voter registration? College campuses. And even though we're doing better as a party with them, if you think about it, more Democrat students are registering to vote same day in places like Madison and Milwaukee. So if you think about the raw politics of this resolution and you want to put the Republican Party in a position to win elections, you should support closing off same-day registration.
Those people speaking for have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Speaking against, mic 1.
Winnebago County recognizes Laura Ackman.
I'm voting against this. I work the registration desk at our polls, and I will tell you that the majority of the people coming in are young people. Young people are who the Republican Party want to engage, and they just don't plan ahead. It's not, I don't see anything nefarious. These kids just don't even think about it until the day of or the day before, and we want to embrace these young people to get activated. Thank you.
Those people speaking against have 7 minutes and 47 seconds left. Anybody speaking for? For, mic number 3.
Chairman Hilario De Leon, Milwaukee County recognizes member Tom Meyer.
Thank you, Chairman De Leon. I appreciate it. Mr. Chair, I'm voting for this resolution. I work in the city of Milwaukee in the last election, and as the keeper of the ballots, I'm asked by the election chief to sign over a ballot to a new voter, and I have never seen the ID, one ID or another for that voter. I've had several experiences where the person does not speak a lick of English. The gentleman showed up with his 3 wives and all 4 voted. I never saw any ID. So the problem here on same-day registration is you only have one election chief in the election polling place who actually sees the ID. And the other party, if you're a dissenting party, you don't get to see that ID, but you still have to sign over a ballot. So I am opposed to same-day registration for that reason, and for the same reasons that Brandon McNally cited. We get more engagement if everybody knows they have to register to vote beforehand. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else speaking against? Against, mic 2.
Packet County Chairman Joel Bartle recognizes Martin McClone.
Greetings, fellow delegates. I am speaking against the resolution. Yes, I am the 8th District Resolutions Chair. I was there when this was debated and discussed. I was opposed to it then. I am opposed to it now. It isn't people suddenly moving, but you have to maintain your residence for 20 days. So on day 20 is election day. You can't register and vote. I can't register to vote on day 19 or 18. It's illegal. It's against the law. Therefore, yes, you may have some fraud sneak through. They get caught and prosecuted afterwards, and good prison sentences should be a very sufficient deterrent. You cannot be infringing on the rights of people on the premise that you may have some people committing a crime. We make crime so it does not pay. That is all. Thank you.
The people speaking against have 5 minutes and 34 seconds left. Anybody speaking for? For the mic number 4.
Call the question.
The question has been called.
Waukesha County Vice Chair.
I need 2 seconds.
Racine County Chair, second.
Seconded. All right. Those people who would like to have the question called, please stand and end debate. Thank you. Please be seated. Those people who would like to continue debate, Please stand. The debate has ended. Thank you. And we will take a vote on the resolution. All those in favor of 2005-06 same-day voter registration, please stand. Please stand. Please stand. Okay, hold on. One person.
I believe that you misread the title.
Okay. So we're looking at 2025-06, no same-day voter registration. My apologies. All those in favor of this resolution, please stand. Please be seated. All those in favor, or excuse me, all those against, please stand. I believe the motion's passed. The resolution has passed. We're moving to resolution number... No, it was passed. We kept it. 2025-08. On the same page, election integrity resolution transparency. Discussion. Any discussion? Mic number 1. Are you speaking for or against?
Against.
Okay.
Laura Jones, Washington County Chair, recognizes Bart Williams.
And we're on Resolution 8, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm an election observer, have been for many years, especially in Milwaukee. Kind of need a hazard duty pay for that one. But anyway, there's a lot in here that's already in the law, so I think that's good. What really so that's good. We have special voting deputies, and the process should be transparent, and we have election observers and all of that. What really concerns me, though, is that last line on page 82, line 10. Protect election observers in each municipality as they participate in election processes. I don't know what protect means. I'm a little concerned that this was something about the 17 pages of election observer rules that were almost passed by the JCAR and fortunately failed on a 5-5 vote that would have basically stripped me of my rights to meaningfully observe elections. So because of that, I'm very concerned. There doesn't seem to be any value added from this resolution because all the rest of the stuff is already in law. So because of that very concerning protect, what does that mean? In the classical sense, the mob says, I'm going to charge you a fee to protect you. Does protect mean I can't meaningfully observe, that I must stay home because then I'm protected because nobody can hurt me because I can't be an election observer? Very concerning with that last line. And for that reason, I recommend strongly that everyone oppose this and vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Those people who oppose have 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Anyone speaking in favor? Anyone speaking in favor? Anyone else speaking against? Hearing none. All those in favor of Resolution 2025-08, Election Integrity Resolution Transparency, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. I believe it passed. That resolution has passed. We are moving to resolution number 9. Number 9, Rural Early Voting Resolution. Any discussion? Mike 2, are you voting for or against?
In favor.
In favor?
Rock County Chair, I recognize Teresa Allen Hupka.
Thank you, Andy. I want to vote in, I support this resolution. Basically, I'm a town chairman. I'm a chief inspector. Our clerk used to work a full-time job. I think it's important that we offer, let's take the resources. For one thing, as a local government, resources are tight. And 2, I want to be able to, if our clerks are going to be there extra hours, things like that, let's make it available to them. Let's support our clerks. If we want them to support what we've got going, we need to support them. So
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking against? Mike 1?
Speaking in favor.
Speaking in favor, go ahead.
Winnebago County recognizes KRM.
Thank you. There is access to voting in Milwaukee County, in Neenah, Wisconsin, in towns that have city clerks who work full-time. In the municipalities, those clerks work part-time. It might be Tuesday from 8 to 12. It might be Friday from 8 to 12. That gives those constituents who want to vote, they don't have the ability to vote. So how is this easy access for everyone? Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking against? Go ahead, Mike number 2, speaking for.
Hello, Samuel Krieg, Ozaki GOP Acting Chair. I'm speaking for this resolution. I found it, so we have a few rural areas in Ozaki County, specifically the cities and villages of Belgium, where they have no in-person early voting. And it's just super frustrating to hear from voters and members of our GOP that they had to wait in long lines and see people walk away from the polls when they would have voted early. So I encourage everyone to keep this. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking against? Speaking for? Mike 3.
Chairman Hilario De Leon of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County. My fellow Republicans and fellow delegates, as you know, it's no longer election day. It's election month, especially in areas like Milwaukee. So I strongly think it is very important that the leaders in the legislature help invest into resources for our fellow Republicans and people who just vote in general. At the end of the day, that's how this constitutional republic works. It is the government of, by, and for the people when they show up and participate by casting their ballot and electing representatives to represent us to the best of their ability. So there needs to be more resources to encourage those, especially people who are low propensity voters. We are the low propensity voter party. We have to go out there and get those Trump supporters that turned out in 2025 to show up every single election cycle, and we do that by investing into early voting efforts. So I hope you support this resolution, and we hope we can give some support to our friends in the rural regions. Thank you very much.
Anybody speaking against? Against, Mike 4.
Barbara Griffin, Chair, First Vice Chair, Acting Chair today of Kenosha County. I recognize Katie Virzel.
Hi, my concern with this resolution is that this turns into the clerks and the municipalities, the workers, conducting our elections instead of our partisan poll workers.
Thank you. Anybody speaking for? Mike number 1.
Laura Jones, Washington County Chair, recognizes Dennis Kelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually a county board member for Washington County. I'm the second vice chairman of the board. We authorized an additional $100,000+ for the November election to expand our voting hours in our rural communities that only have part-time clerks. That resulted in Washington County having a record turnout for Donald Trump, which is what put him over the top. I think it was several thousand votes in Washington County alone that came in extra in a very large red community. So we provided the resources at the county level and proved at the state level that it can be done. Thank you.
Anybody else speaking against? Speaking against? Seeing no more discussion. All those in favor of Resolution 2025-09 Rural Early Voting Resolution, please stand. Please be seated. All those against, please stand. It is passed. We're going to resolution number 11. Resolution number 11 starts on page 83. 2025-11, Sanctity of Human Life. Discussion. Mike 1, are you for or against?
For.
Go ahead.
Chairman, Chippewa County recognizes Karen Mueller.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Sanctity of Human Life resolution. I like this resolution, and I would recommend passage of the resolution. I have worked on many resolutions related to this over the years. The reason I speak is I would have liked to have made an additional amendment, but I know that if I do that, that I am out of order. But had I been able to do that, I would have urged our state and federal lawmakers to immediately suspend COVID-19 vaccines, which are gene therapy, and it has not undergone clinical trials and safety testing. I represent the families of many people in Wisconsin who have lost loved ones who have been injured because of these vaccines. I would have also recommended that there be an investigation into the hospital protocols, but I can't do that because of the rules, and I respect that. So I would urge all of our legislators and congressmen and senators to look into this very quickly and to take action, because there are families all over this state that are still hurting because of the silence. Thank you very much.
Anyone speaking against? Speaking against? Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor of resolution number 11, 2025-11, Sanctity of Human Life, please stand. Thank you. Please be seated. All those against this resolution, please stand. The resolution is passed. We are looking at resolution number 20. That's on page 87, 2025-20, repeal state mandates for county committees found in Wisconsin Statute 817. Discussion. Mike number 3, are you speaking for or against?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Jackson County Chair speaking on behalf of myself against the resolution. Briefly stated, Statute 18.17 tasks county parties to assign committeemen or committeewomen for each voting district, and their responsibility is to interface with local government regarding party matters. Now, I view this statute is a foundational statute in our two-party system, and I say that because although as a party, we are a private organization. We use tax dollars to elect our candidates for office. Tax dollars are also used to fund party-affiliated poll workers, which are required to be used under state statute. So as a taxpayer, as taxpayers, we have standing to say, political party, since you choose not to use a caucus to nominate your candidates and you're using taxpayer funds, yes, we have standing to say you should provide us with a name of a person that is responsible for interacting at the local level. The fact that some county parties are complacent in assigning these individuals, I don't feel is ample justification to say that the statute should be removed. I think we should make good effort to actually assign these people and grow those relationships on a county party level with our local government, and that's why I oppose this. Thank you.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking for? Chair recognizes Mike 2.
Wilpatch County Chair recognizes Martin McClone.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Martin McClone, 8th District Resolutions Chair. I am in opposition to this resolution, mostly for the same reasons that the previous gentleman stated, but more specifically, it's not just a two-party system. This applies equally to all political parties and organizations. It sets a foundational ground rule, certain requirements that have to be complied with by everybody. And the the state legislature put these in place as protections, so that it's part of the due process of law to guarantee how things are done. I'm speaking to my fellow delegates. And the fact that some people over the years have not been paying attention to how they work or what the requirements of law are do not negate the fact that they are there. They remain. They are there for specific purposes. Yes, some legal things are a little complex. They are a little more difficult to understand, but just because something might be slightly difficult, like algebra or geometry or whatever, does not mean that it is not there and it does not have a place. This specifically has a place. So you have to look at, in law, we have, especially in law enforcement, we have something called cui bono. Anytime somebody wants to do something, we have to look at who benefits, which is what cui bono means. In this case, the cui bono, in eliminating this, it does not fall on me and you. It will fall to the benefit of people who wish to exercise power, who are subject to avarice, as Benjamin Franklin warned, and also subject to ambition, which means the lust for excessive power over others at the expense of the law. And he said in that case, you will have to remove them. You will have to separate them from the protections of law, which he said is incumbent upon the legislature to provide, and that tyranny may never rear its head. So I think we should listen to Benjamin Franklin, who is also the genius who gave us the Electoral College. So we understand.
Those people who are speaking against, down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking for? Mic 1.
St. Croix County recognizes Joel Brazil.
Speaking against, correct?
Yeah, Joel Brazil, St. Croix County. I rise to speak against this resolution. On line 16, it makes references to courts have ruled that states may not require county committees to follow state statutes because of the First Amendment. I regard this as vague. I am not aware of the court cases that are cited. I am in possession of a memo from the Wisconsin Legislative Reference Bureau that makes reference to 4 court cases, and I'll not go into them in detail, but the bottom line is if this resolution is based upon that particular document, none of those court cases would be, in my opinion, remotely applicable to an opinion about Wisconsin Statutes 8.17. Further, the Legislative Reference Bureau is not a court, it is not a judge, and its legal opinion is just an opinion of the Legislative Reference Bureau. Finally, on line 17, it refers to challenges and lacks of understanding of Wisconsin Statutes 8.17. I got to this point on understanding Wisconsin Statutes 8.17 because I wanted to understand the legal basis for county parties in the first place. And after referring to this and reading it, I think it's very readable, and we just have to know that it exists. And I will be glad to provide help if anybody wants to try to understand it. But the bottom line is the powers that be should respond to these needs for understanding and educate the county parties in order to make this more reasonable. Therefore, I am against this resolution.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Go ahead. For Mike 2.
Chairman, Walworth County. I speak in favor of this resolution because this comes up repeatedly where we have to deal with it at the county's level. The Legislative Audit Bureau, along with a myriad of court readings that we've received back from the legal counsel at the RPW and the state legislature, has indicated that courts have said government cannot mandate the political process. And the verbiage that's found in 8.17 mandates the political process that exceeds the constitutional rights. It denies us the rights. I therefore encourage that the state repeal 8.17 portions that the courts have ruled in violation of our constitutional rights.
Thank you. Those people speaking for have 9 minutes left. Speaking against? Mike 1, speaking against.
Washington County Chair recognizes Bart Williams.
Thank you. This is a very complex issue, and besides Mr. Brazil and maybe a few other folks on the resolutions committee, myself and a few more, I'm not sure everyone really delved into 8.17 and the specifics of it. This is a very complex resolution with a very complex issue, and I'm not sure, since we're only getting one side of this, that we should do anything. Whenever I get that, I always vote against it because I don't want to make things worse. In addition, I think President Trump has shown us the importance of populism and that the little guy, all of us matter. And at a time like this when we need to be uniting more and supporting faith, freedom, and family, it's not time to cut out the grassroots, which is what this statute would be doing, and make this more of a top-down party. It needs to be more of a grassroots party where we're engaged, involved, and can take active participation in all of that. So for all of these reasons, I ask you to please vote strongly against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Those people speaking against have 3 minutes left. Anybody speaking for? Recognizing Mike 2.
Rock County Chair Andrena Patier, I do want to remind everybody that we have voted for this exact language the last two conventions. The exact language has already passed at this body for the last 2 years.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Against, Mike 3.
County would like to recognize Shannon McKinney.
So I would just myself recommend voting against this. I'm not familiar with the statute. It's not written in this resolution. I'm not clear on exactly what rights are being violated. No one has read them to me. I know that it sounds to me like the laws that are in place allow Republican voters to be represented at the polls so that we can actually work at the polls. Right now, and in fact, I would even maybe go a step further and say, can the law be changed in such a way so that unaffiliated poll workers are not allowed in the polls? Because I work in a poll and everybody's unaffiliated and I'm the only Republican, or maybe there's another Republican, and it's just a big crock of crap, because this is how the Democrats get themselves into the polls. They're unaffiliated, but thankfully we have a law. I don't know if this is the law relating to. That's why I think maybe this resolution isn't quite ready to be voted on. We don't have enough information about it. All I know is I'd like to see a law that says that all of the poll workers you shouldn't have unaffiliated poll workers, because my husband and I, we all work in the polls, and everybody's a Democrat, but they're unaffiliated, and I'm the only one who stands up and says, oh, I'm a Republican, and we need Republicans in there. But if the deck is stacked against us, and there's like 20 Democrats working, but they're not being recognized as such, it's still not even really being fair.
Thank you. Those speaking against have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Anyone speaking for? Mike 1.
Cameron Clark, Chairman of Winnebago County. Honestly, I had to look it up, but that's what I've been doing during debate. I decided to Google this statute, and what I'm seeing, at least from a mile-high view, it is a long one. But this has to do with regulating political parties, specifically, and having some requirements on how we function. I can tell you that some of the things that I read in there, and I won't pretend to have gotten through it all, is stuff we're following, and some of it is something we would never, ever consider following. So given that if there are actually court cases that have ruled that the state cannot enforce this against our political parties, if I am reading this correctly, I don't see why this exists at all. I would vote in favor of the resolution.
Thank you. Someone speaking against the resolution? Against the resolution? Mike number 1, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
St. Clair County recognizes Joel Brazil.
I'd like to respond. I'd like to say that I've been to these state conventions and have been interested in this subject for a good while now, and I promise you that this matter has not come up. This is the first time. Also, this particular statute, it's called political party committees. Another statute called appointment of election officials depends upon this statute. If the whole matter of election of poll workers and poll watchers, the nomination of those to municipal clerks, if we don't do this statute, then the rest falls apart. This is basically the glue that holds it together. Now, this particular resolution is talking about processes and structures, but if someone were to really dig into this, and I'm sorry,
Thank you. There's 30 seconds left for those people speaking against. Someone speaking for this resolution? Mic number 2.
Chair, Calumet County, sorry, Barbara Bittner, Chair, Calumet County. I'm supporting this resolution because basically 8.17, the statute, just basically is allowing the legislature to tell county parties how to run their parties. So it limits our ability to be a little bit more autonomous, in my opinion, and therefore I support the resolution to repeal it.
Thank you. And speaking against? Anybody else speaking against? Those speaking for? All right, mic number 4.
Rock County Chair, recognizing Mike Hoffman.
Just wanted to politely remind everybody of Wisconsin election official statute is in Chapter 7, not Chapter 8. Chapter 8 is about the regulation of county parties and political organizations. So this does not impact election officials in any way, shape, or form. Thank you guys very much.
Speaking against, mic 3.
Chairman Hilario De Leon, Milwaukee County, I call to question.
Okay, the question has been called. Is there support? A second? And there's a second. There will be plenty of seconds. So, all those in favor of ending discussion and calling the question, please stand. Thank you. Please be seated. All those that would like to continue discussion, please stand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So, we are in a final vote on the resolution number 2025-20, repeal state mandates for county committees round in Wisconsin State 817. If you are in favor of this resolution, please stand. Please be seated. If you are against this resolution, please stand. I think it's passed. The opinion of the chair is that this has passed. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. This concludes resolutions.
Mr. Bolstad. I recognize Scott Bolstad of Eau Claire County.
What mic?
Mic number 3.
Eau Claire County Chairman recognizes Scott Bolstad.
Oh yeah, he's not chairman anymore.
That's right. I'm recovering chairman. Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn.
All in favor of adjourning this convention, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed to adjournment, stand. Well, it looks like it's unanimous, so travel safe home and... Oh, we have a benediction by Sue Lynch, wants to give a blessing to all of you on the way home.
All right, well, one more item, probably the most important. Thank you, RPW, for asking me to do the benediction at the close of this convention. If everyone could please bow your head and be silent for a moment. The prayer I'm about to read is when I was national president, I brought back the prayer book and felt that I believe, the power of prayer happens every day, every second of my life. And so what the prayer book entails is prayers that are written by our state presidents. And so in honor of our former state president, Jenny Frederick, I would like to read her prayer. Most holy, loving Father, we deserve to give you glory in all we do. We give you thanks for our freedom, our family, and for our great country. We thank you for our Republican candidates and their families and for their service to our country. We ask you to guide and protect them and all of our elected officials and Republican candidates, our military members, law enforcement officers, our first responders, and our Supreme Court justices and judges. May your Holy Spirit enlighten us in all we do and say. Help us to be bold and courageous while speaking the truth, and help us to win the hearts and the minds of our countrymen. We ask for your special blessing on all who are here, and we ask for your protection and blessing for our families and our friends and for our great country. We ask this, the grace to trust and to act upon most holy will. All glory and honor be yours, Almighty Father, now and forever. Amen. But I would also like a moment of silence in support of Israel. It's been 588 days that those hostages have been held. They need to be brought home. And so in support of our greatest ally in the Middle East, please, a moment of silence for Israel. Thank you, and may God bless all of you and safe travels home.